Hello and welcome to this, our 232nd live stream. The ABR groove has no soul. This is, of course, a double homage. Our Monday video was on the origin of the human soul, and it's poking a little bit of fun at ABR. They're kind of fun to poke at because they have no sense of humor at all. They take themselves very, very seriously. Groove or Grove? Ah, you misspelled groove. Okay. Nice. Groove. Well, typos happen. Oh boy. Soulless ABR, who would thought? Hey, they think I'm not a Christian, so if I think they don't have a soul, well. Not the ABR Grove? I guess not. It would be very interesting though. I think that's the NES meeting, that's the ABR Grove. ABR Olive Grove. Oh boy. Okay, so let's get to business here. 2 points of channel business before we begin here. For those of you who don't know, our annual D&D game is still going on. And if you want to sign up for that, please go to our Discord server and sign up on the D&D channel. This is our third annual ETS D&D game where everyone plays a cleric or a bard, and we have a little speed D&D game, and it's a lot of fun. I believe it's happening on the 22nd of November. Let me just double check that date. Is the 21st of November, and it's going to be fun. It was fun last year, and it was fun the year before. So if you're there in person, well, you can probably do it in person as well. But if you're not, we're gonna open up the channel. It's not going to be for questions as such, but it is going to be for this one chance to do a 1 hour plus D&D game on at the beautiful auspices of the Evangelical Theological Society. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. Okay. So again, you have to sign up on the Discord server and sign up early because there's a limited number of slots. We already have half of them are full, and if you want to play, you got to sign up. So the other thing is, the audiobook for Reliquary of the Dead has been published. It's still sort of trickling out to the various distribution channels, but it has the audio files have been quality control approved, and it has been published. So you should be able to get the audiobook shortly. Okay, so that's the channel business. Let's get to the rules, and then we will get to the questions. Okay. It's out? It's out. Yes, we did it. The worst part was figuring out the contracts. That was the worst part. Wow. Oh, we should also mention too that the third book is with the beta readers now. At least most of them. A few people are on the fence of whether or not they want to be beta readers. But once we start getting some feedback back from the beta readers, we will do the cover reveal. And then you'll get to see what the third book's going to be like. So that'll be awesome too. Okay, let's get to the channel rules. First rule, super chats have priority. No surprise there. It's true on every channel. Second rule is we do take non-super chats, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question. No Q, no colon, doesn't exist. Okay. Only post your non-super chat questions once. Question spamming will disqualify your question for the night. Third rule is if it's from the Bible, we need a little context. We need the what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. This prevents us from hunting. We do allow sponsored super chats, but we ask that you copy the question that you're sponsoring in your super chat. So again, we don't have to hunt for it. And finally, only one question per chat. Question stacking will result in us just picking one of the questions and answering it. So we did get a few people that were doing this where they were paying for $2 super chats and cramming 10 questions, and it's like, no, that ain't gonna happen. And it's rude to other people, so we don't want to encourage that. Okay, so let's get started here with the questions. Our first question here is from the banner here. It's from Darkblade. How can we know whether Stephen was right about Abraham leaving Haran after Canaan after Terah died in Acts 7:4? All right, let's pull up our Bible. Let's take a look at this. Acts. Now, not everything in Stephen's speech is correct, but this is one thing that is actually remarkably so. All right. And talking about Abraham here, verse 4. Then he departed from the land of Canaan and settled in Haran. And from there, after his father died, God removed him into this country in which you are now living. All right. The answer to this is actually going to come from Genesis 11 and 12. So then we go to Genesis 11. Very end of 11 here. All right. Now, Genesis 11 and 12 are two chapters that are actually connected. They're actually logically connected. Stephen who? Stephen was an early martyr. He was a martyr mentioned in the book of Acts. Okay? So we come here to Genesis 11 and we get this long toledot about Abraham's descendants, essentially from Shem all the way down to the birth of Abraham and his father. Okay, so it says in verse 31, and Terah took Abraham his son, and Lot his son of Haran his grandson, and Sarah his daughter-in-law, his son Abraham's wife, and they went together from Ur of the Chaldeans in order to enter the land of Canaan, and they went as far as Haran and settled there. Okay, that's so far tracking with Acts 7:4. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Now, so far, none of that's contested. Here's the kicker. Here's what Stephen gets right in his exegesis. Genesis 12, verse 1. Now the Lord said to Abraham, go forth from your country and from your relatives and from your father's house to the land which I will show you. Now, the key word here is actually this now. It is a consecutive vav. Now, unfortunately, now is not a great translation of this. But because the Masoretes broke this really, really long passage of Genesis 11 plus 12 into two, the English translators tend to translate a consecutive vav as now when it starts the beginning of a new chapter. Now again, just remember, the chapter breaks here are artificial. They're not part of the original inspired text. They were put in by the Masoretes in the 8th to 10th century AD. So they're added long after the texts were written. But the key thing here is that the consecutive vav means after this or following. It's a temporal relationship. So So when you get that, when you sort of snug that back together, when you connect the two passages back together, the two chapters, you get verse 32 that says, "And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. After this, the Lord said to Abraham." So Stephen is doing correct Hebrew exegesis here. He's actually noting the structure of the Hebrew and that this is a temporal relationship between verse 32 and verse 1. So that's how we know Stephen got it right. So that's how we get it. Acts 7, verse 4. So just as a reminder here, look at Acts here. 7, verse 4. Then he's talking about Abraham here, departed the land of Chaldeans and settled in Haran. From there, after his father died. So that part is correct. Now, the question of whether the land of Chaldeans is correct is a different matter. Okay? But as far as the after his father died, that's taken directly from the Hebrew. So that's how we know we got that correct. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Next question here, also from Darkblade. Is it possible to add a counter to the screen of this live track of how many supers from AT Ministries Mega Dump have been answered? Well, we're taking 30 every live stream, okay? So that's how we're handling this. So right now we have finished number 60. But it also would be kind of a difficult thing for us to put in a tracker there, because then I'd have to manually update it after everyone, and it's just one more set of clicks that I'd have to remember to do, and I probably wouldn't remember it. So it could be kind of a pain in the butt to do. So cool thought, but probably not going to do it. We have thought about doing counters for how many questions we have answered, but again, it's just the logistics of doing it. Okay, we'll take this now. Harry Stark asks, how is David coping with YouTube's artificial decrease of views? Yeah, this is hitting everyone hard. Metatron just posted his video on this and how it's affecting him financially. It has affected us financially too. We are down about $800 of income per month because of it. So yeah, it's hit us hard. Where our subscriber count is down by our monthly subscriber increase is down by half. Our views are down by half. Everything is down by about half. So yeah, new people can't find us. Is essentially what's happening. Is they're no longer Darkblade. Everyone. So is this is also hitting PewDiePie? Yeah, it's hitting PewDiePie too. It's hitting everyone across the board. They're just not distributing us in the way that the algorithm used to. So yeah, it's been bad. It's been real bad. We have had some supporters help us, but it hasn't made up the difference. So we do want to thank everyone who has supported us through your super chats, because that's been very, very helpful. But yeah, the YouTube's artificial decrease of views has just not exposed us to new viewers the way the old algorithm used to. So, but yeah, it's not a good. It has not been good. There's two things that's hit us really hard. The artificial decreases hit us really hard, and the turning off of email notifications has hit us really hard. Yeah. Haystack says, I'm small, but it's limited. My wife doesn't even get bell notifications sometimes from me. Yeah, absolutely. It's really messed up. YouTube has really messed this thing up. So, Mama says, honestly, YouTube is only getting worse. Yeah. It's time to consider other options alongside YouTube. Well, here's the problem with the other options. The other options don't pay. That's the problem with other options. Yeah, I can go onto Rumble, but it still doesn't pay. Not even close to YouTube. So, they kind of got us by the short and curlies here. Yeah, Tim Miara says, I've heard some people notice that they've been automatically unsubscribed. They do that from time. They do these unsubscription purges from time to time. That's been a long time. They've been doing that forever. Yeah.
It's my choice.
Yeah. Dossman, we're in a monopoly in some respects. Yeah. But here's the monopoly. YouTube, because of its connection to Google, controls the ad revenue. This is why they can pay, is because they control the advertising. But if they want to keep the bigger pie or distribute it to content that they deem more worthy, very well stopping them from doing it. And that's the problem, is they want to redirect that revenue to other things. So, yeah. Bubble Machine, that's disgusting to a robber baron degree. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And the fact is that the alternatives are not great. They're not fantastic. They're not something you can make a living off of. Unless you've got a business on the side or making money other ways. That's one of the reasons why we're diversifying. We're diversifying so that we can continue doing this YouTube gig. So this is why people buying and promoting our books and leaving book reviews, even though it's only a small amount of money, that's why it means so much. Because if we can find other revenue streams, the YouTube ad revenue becomes less important. So yeah, it might sound like a grift. Might sound like a grift, but it's not. It's like, okay, if we want to continue putting 60 hours a week into YouTube, we got to be able to live off of it. So it's like, unfortunately we have to do this, but it's come down to that just because of the actions YouTube has taken. Tim Miara, what I don't understand is, if your viewer habits of watching on average videos per day haven't changed, then certainly if someone loses views, then someone else is gaining them. Yes, what's happening is they are being redirected to the multimedia conglomerates, traditional media, trad media. That's where it's going. It's going to places like in Canada here, it's being redirected to CBC. It's being redirected to CTV, 24-hour news.
Nobody wants.
Yeah, places that, traditional media, televised media, essentially, in the United States, it's being directed to ABC, NBC, CBS, TBN, or not TBN, TSN, other major, Fox News even. So it's these major corporations that's being redirected to. Because what's happening is YouTube is becoming a pay-to-play system. So YouTube is getting not just the ad revenue, they're actually getting a kickback from these major television networks to host their content. So So, yeah, that's where it's all going. That's where the views are going. Mama says, I get PBS, CBS, NBC crap in my recommendations all the time, even though I almost never watch them. Yeah, I get CBC and CTV and 24-hour news. That's what I get. That's because I live in Canada. So it's being regionalized to the local major news outlets that give kickbacks to YouTube. Here's one of the things I think we need to be aware of is that social media is turning into a pay-to-play system. This is not just happening to YouTube. It's happening all over the place. Happening on Amazon. The recommended books you get are not books that are in your recommendations list. Those are not books that are basically have, say, natural momentum. Those are books that basically the authors are paying YouTube 50 cents a click to show on the pages. So it's becoming a pay-to-play system on top of the ad revenue. So it's a kind of double dipping. And YouTube is doing the same thing, except it's doing it for the big corporations. Now that'll trickle down. That will eventually trickle down. So what's going to end up happening is if you want your YouTube channel promoted or boosted, you're going to have to pay for it. So, yeah.
If they block subscribers, they block viewers.
Yeah. It's a catch-22. So if you Ryan Konkub asks, so how much would it take for Reliquary of the Dead to be #1 recommended? It's right now, I think it's at 177 right now. And I think it's in the certain science fiction, futuristic Christian fiction category. But it would the problem, I think it would take something like 4 to 8 sales a day, something like that. But that's what it would take to get it up there. 4 to 8 sales a day. It actually doesn't take much to get out on the top of a category. It doesn't take much at all. It just takes a consistent buying stream. Ryan says, I mean money for Amazon to recommend it. It's basically a click-through system. Okay? So what you do is you give them a maximum amount that you want to pay. Okay? I mean, you can give them like unlimited amount of money to do this. So the way it works is you give them like a $500 cap, something like that. And then what happens is they show your little thumbnail of your book on the recommended bar. On the sponsored and recommended bar. And then what happens is if someone clicks through it, they charge you 50 cents. Or if there's also a premium level where it's 80 cents. Oh yeah. You only get $2 on the book, yeah, but oh yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are paying to have their for that exposure. And the book is garbage, but it does give them exposure. You know, Fourth Wing is a perfect example of this. Terribly written book. Quicksilver's another example. Really awful book. But these are authors who have paid a lot of money to have their book exposed. They're paying more money than they're getting back. But they want the exposure. This is why a lot of fiction writers are now doing GoFundMe accounts before a book launch. It's not to buy the book. It's not to produce the book. It's to pay for the marketing. So yeah, it's just one of those things that it just the marketing of the book is often more expensive than the book creation. So oh, AI pirates everything. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Um the Ark of the Covenant book has been pirated. And that's all already been sucked into AI. That's because the digital rights management of Henriksen is not great. Yeah. Yep, it has. All right, next, let's start getting into the super chats here. First super chat here of the night is from TBTM123 for $4.99. Thank you for super chat. Is 185,000 struck dead in Sennacherib's army referring to units or men? You'd have to give me a verse, man. I need that. I need that context. Rule number 4, I think. From my understanding, the army was not this big, so why number 185,000 if men? We're not quite sure. The Assyrians were able to field a large army, a very large army. We're not quite sure if it is. It isn't. It is in the at least in the tens of thousands. So they were able to field a very very large army, but it is one of those things that that is that we're not sure of the exact numbers, and the Assyrians did not record exact numbers of their troops. So, could it be possible? Sure. The Persians had a huge army. Persians had a much larger army than this, and it's an ancient army too. So, 185,000 for an army is not unreasonable size for an army of that age. Is it possible? Sure. Was it actually that size? Hard to know. Hard to know. So Isaiah 37:36. Okay, let's look at Isaiah 37:36. Yeah, we're just not going to hunt for verses here. We don't do that anymore. Okay, Isaiah. Yeah, I'm not going to memorize the whole Bible or how to find everything in it anymore. Just like, if I know where it is, that's one other thing. Okay. The text says, and the angel of the Lord went out and struck 185,000 in the camp of the Assyrians. When the men arose in the morning, behold, all these were dead. Okay. Now let's take a look at the Hebrew here. Let's see what the Hebrew says. Cabinet 185 Aleph. Okay, so it could be 185 camps. That's possible. And it could be 185,000. That's also possible. So, text here could be either. Could be either. So, but I'm not going to be a dogmatic as to which one it is. So, either one's possible. Text could go either way on this one. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next question. Striding Hermit. Oh, sorry. I won't take Striding Hermit. Let's start taking some of those AT ministry questions. We've got 30 of them. Okay. Any thoughts on which Moses wrote in which order? I like to think it was Leviticus, Exodus, Genesis, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay, there's a very interesting thing that I wanted to mention here. Is that there's a certain phrase regarding the Ark of the Covenant. It starts off as the Ark of the Testimony. And then it changes mid Leviticus. Okay? So Exodus. Through the Exodus, the Ark of the Covenant is called the Ark of the Testimony. Leviticus changes halfway through. So it starts off in Leviticus as Ark of the Testimony, then it becomes the Ark of the Covenant. Then in Numbers, it's called the Ark of the Covenant again. And also in Deuteronomy. Okay? So, here's typically the order in which I place these, as far as order of writing. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Genesis, and Deuteronomy. Okay? That's the order. And I place Deuteronomy last because Deuteronomy is nothing but sort of a sheaf, a packet of papers that's presented with the blessings and cursings before Moses' death. So the actual name of the Ark of the Covenant actually gives us a hint as to what the order is. So generally that's how I would place them. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. Sorry, is it? Did I get that right? Yeah. Yeah, it is Exodus. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Genesis, Deuteronomy. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, now Striding Hermit. For $5, thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday. I pray all is well, Dr. and Mrs. Producer. Probably best to stock up on cold remedies and hot cocoa right now. Laugh out loud. Well, I don't get out much, so hopefully I won't be getting too much of a cold this year, but here it's kind of nasty, so yeah, I know. I'm going to a convention, a sci-fi convention on the 15th, and then I'm going to ETS on the 17th.
So actually,
good
advice.
So I probably will be laid out at some point during all this. Okay, so thank you for the advice. Not a huge hot cocoa drinker, but every now and then's okay. Dossman, I get sick every convention ever. Yeah. I get sick usually when I do air travel. Air travel's where I really get a lot of these. All right, next one here. Back to AT here. In terms of how are baptism and communion spiritually efficacious, do they do anything spiritually to the believer rather than just being symbolic rites? Well, that's hard to answer, because the Bible doesn't say that they do anything really spiritual. Now, it does say baptism does save you, but that is also in the context of, well, it doesn't actually save you as in salvation, but more save as in preservation. So baptism preserves you. And the preservation is, well, okay, you've made a step to commit yourself to be in the faith. So if you're in the faith, you're going to be preserved in the faith. It's almost a tautology. So, but, the idea of communion being spiritually efficacious, that's really going to depend on what denomination you're talking about. There are some denominations that think it is spiritually efficacious. The Lutherans think it's spiritually efficacious. The Greek Orthodox think it's spiritually efficacious. there are denominations out there that think it's spiritually efficacious. No, Baptists generally take a symbolic view of communion. So it's going to really depend on it. So that's just one of those things that's it's one of those things that just is going to be that way. So there's nothing in the Bible that says it's spiritually efficacious. It's just being grafted into the tree, as it were, that makes it spiritually efficacious as far as the Bible is concerned. Anything beyond that is going to be a denominational distinctive. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, creationism makes me feel special. Okay, he's talking about creationism of the soul, not like young Earth creationism or origins here. So he's talking about soul here. And this was one of the aspects, one of the theories of the origin of the soul that we talked about on Monday's video, was the creationist view. Creationism makes me feel special. Divine preservation makes me of Azanagi, Naruto reference. I haven't seen Naruto. Naruto, sorry. Convergent dualism is the coolest theory in my honest opinion. Well, I tend to lean towards emergent dualism too. So emergent dualism I like best. I think that's sort of the best theory. So but that's sort of my point of view on this. It's one of those places where we can agree to disagree agreeably, because it's a secondary issue at best. So keep that one fun. We did get a lot of people who got a little heated when they when in defense of traducianism, which for some reason I don't know why they would get so heated over that, but they did. So so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's an interesting comment. It's an interesting comment. Okay, next one here is... Okay, doesn't Hebrew 10:4 show Jesus fulfills Yom Kippur as well? All right, let's go to Hebrews. Oh, okay. We'll take that. We'll take that first then. Yeah, it's a valid follow-up here. A Bubble Machine asks, what's divergent dualism? He means emergent dualism, not divergent, emergent. Okay?
Know,
maybe there is something called divergent dualism. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. Emergent dualism is the idea that that you have a body and a soul, but the soul emerges over time with the development of the human being. So that's what's meant. Oh, typos, the curse continues. Yeah, it does.
There is some hybrid. I haven't heard about that.
Let's see. Yeah, so emergent dualism is the idea that as, say, the fetus develops over time, it's the soul develops with the neural system. Okay? So your soul is developing as the fetus is developing. So that's what's usually meant by emergent dualism. And, you know, it's a view that not many people hold, because not many people heard of it, but I think it has a lot of merit to it. Harry Stark, what are the evidences for emergent dualism? now everyone's going to say it. Proto-divergent dualism. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it. Yeah, Grove. Exactly. Okay. The evidences for emergent dualism. First of all, is one of the evidences is the quickening. The quickening is when the fetus develops to a certain neurological capacity, and then sort of starts moving inside the mother. Okay, that's what's called the quickening. And a lot of women have reported this in pregnancy, where they can't feel in it that they're pregnant at all, and then suddenly they feel the child inside. So, um, quickening sounds like a horror film. Well, I can't say how that was Mrs. Producer's first thought. Okay, but it does have a thing. It is a thing, not just a horror film thing. The quickening is when uh the fetus starts reacting inside of the mother, and it usually happens, I believe, around 6 weeks. It's at that point where the fetus has actually developed a nerve system. So that's one of the evidences for this. The second thing is that um, this is not so much an evidence for it, but it is sort of the idea that that souls develop um, more complexity, as it were, in beings with higher developed neural systems. Okay, so this is sort of the guppy puppy distinction, where say a puppy has more intelligence, more moral reasoning than a guppy. And the why that is because its neurological system is more complex. So we would the Highlander, yeah, is that too? The Highlander, yeah, yeah. It was used. It was referenced in the Highlander as well. Yeah, that's where they got it from. That's where they borrowed it.
Yeah.
Uh, Koifos asks, would emergent dualism apply to animals? Yes, it would. Yes, it would. It would all apply to animals, and apply to animals in two ways. Okay. Um, First of all, it would be the basis upon which an animal would develop a spirit, per the Book of Ecclesiastes. Okay. So it would apply in that way. It would also apply in the other way too, where animals that have no neurological system would have no spirit or soul, like a jellyfish. Jellyfish does not have any neurological system. Has no brain, no nerves. It's just a bunch of cells reacting. So in that respect, that would preclude a jellyfish or a tree or a plant or a fungus from having a soul, because it has no nerves, no brain, no way of processing or interacting with a soul, even if it had one. So, so there you have it. Um, Darkblade asks, are any early fathers known to have held it? No, because they didn't have an understanding of the neurological system. So wouldn't have believed in emergent dualism. Uh, Generally, the church fathers believed in one of two views. Um, they either held to creationism or traducianism. That was generally the two main views that were held by the fathers. Some fathers were more given to traducianism, um, but others did hold to a form of creationism. Ryan asks, so do babies who die in the womb go to heaven and grow up? We're not told. We're just not told. It's possible, but we're not told.
It is.
Yeah, it is an option. It is an option though. But again, we're the what happens to babies after they die just is not something we're privy to. Okay, we can go on to the next one now. Which is okay, all right. Doesn't Hebrews 10:4 show Jesus fulfills Yom Kippur as well? Thank you, AT Ministries, for that question. Hebrews. Let's go to Hebrews. Hebrews 10, verse 4. Okay. Now, this is talking about the Hebrews chapter 10 is talking about how Christ is superior to the law. Okay? It's talking about the sacrificial system and the sacrificial law. So that's the context here of what's happening in verse 4. In verse 4 it says, "For it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sin." So it's not saying here that Jesus fulfills Yom Kippur. Okay? It's verse 5. "Therefore, when he comes into the world, he says, 'Sacrifice and offering thou hast not desired, but a body thou hast prepared for me.'" So, what we're talking about here is not that Christ fulfills Yom Kippur, but Yom Kippur is no longer necessary. Yom Kippur never forgave sins. So to fulfill Yom Kippur is not something that Christ needed to fulfill, because what's going on with Yom Kippur is just covering the nation's sins. It's a kafer. It's a covering. So Jesus isn't covering sins. He's eliminating them, forgiving them. Okay? So what Jesus has done through this is not just, he's not fulfilling Yom Kippur, he's making it redundant, making it unnecessary. So if you want to say that's fulfilled, it could be, but it's really not. It's more like, you don't need it anymore. You don't need Yom Kippur anymore. It is done. Your sins have been taken away. So that's what's going on there. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your hierarchy for butter, coconut oil, avocado oil, olive oil, seed oil, and margarine? Ooh, foodie question. All right, here's my hierarchy. Avocado oil. On top. Absolutely on top. It's great oil, tastes good. High flash point. Great oil. Absolutely wonderful oil. Hard to get. And expensive. Okay. Next on my list is kind of a toss-up between olive oil and butter. They're both good. I use them both. I like them both. I think they're great. So butter and olive oil, but they're different. They have different taste profiles. They're used for different things. I wouldn't want to go one without the other. Okay, so butter and olive oil for me are tied. But then coconut oil. I would put coconut oil after that. Coconut oil does not have a lot of flavor. It's decent, relatively decent for cooking. I would actually put tallow above coconut oil. So I would put tallow between olive oil and coconut oil. Darkblade, in what context is this supposed to be? Ryan says, chugging. I suppose you could do that. Hey, there are guys on keto who basically all they do is just drink a little olive oil and that's their day's calories. You can survive on it. Yeah. So, not a lot of fun, but you can survive on it. Seed oil would be below, coconut oil and margarine would be dead last. Okay. So here's my hierarchy of oils. Avocado oil, butter and olive oil, coconut oil, or sorry, tallow, coconut oil, seed oil, and margarine. That's my list. Yeah, the problem with margarine is most of the margarine you get today is half water. So you're actually steaming it. Rob Laird asks, where does ghee fit? It's just butter. It's just clarified butter. Ghee is just clarified butter. That's all it is. So it'd be the same as butter. Tim says, my high school chemistry teacher made us all swear we will never buy margarine. Good thing. It's garbage. Yeah. It's actually bad for you. They've now discovered that margarine has a high link to heart disease. So Mama says we use avocado, olive, coconut, tallow, lard. Yeah, lard's good too. No seed oils, no margarine. I occasionally have to use seed oils because they're the ones available. But I never use margarine. Never use margarine. I used to eat a lot of margarine, but I don't anymore. Just I when I was frying food with margarine, it was just like disgusting. It was gross. It was steamed. It was just terrible. I might as well be boiling my food at that point. Yeah, actually steam it. Bacon grease is fantastic. It works great. I keep all my bacon grease. Got jars of it in the fridge. Yeah. It works fantastic for a lot of things. Marma says margarine really was a lie. Yeah, it really was. It really was a total lie. And they knew it too. All right, let's go on to the next one here. All right, next one here. Wouldn't the idea of Christ fulfilling Yom Kippur make more sense for penal substitutionary atonement than being our Passover lamb? It might, except Romans talks about Christ's sacrifice in Passover terms. Romans 3:25. Romans 3, verse 25. Okay. And I'll start verse in 23. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, being justified as a gift by his grace through the redemption. This is redeeming to exchange one for another, which is in Christ Jesus, whom God displayed publicly as a propitiation in his blood through faith. This was to demonstrate his righteousness because of the forbearance he passed over sins committed. So, this idea of because in the forbearance of God, he passed over sins. This is a reference to the Passover. So, And this is one thing that um that this idea of whom God displayed publicly as a propitiation in his blood through faith that then points to penal substitutionary atonement and the Passover lamb. So it's both. You can't have penal substitutionary atonement without there being the Passover. And but here's the reason also why it's not really fulfilling Yom Kippur. It's more fulfilling Passover. That's the parabolic act. The Passover is the archetype. Christ is the antitype of the Passover. So so it doesn't actually make sense biblically for Christ to fulfill the Passover. And it doesn't make more sense for penal substitutionary atonement because of how the Passover is couched in the New Testament. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next one here. Mike JSB asks a non-super chat question here. When would you date Judges 4 relative to the Egyptian timeline? I would date Judges 4. Now let's bring up Judges 4 here. Judges, chapter 4, and this is talking about Ehud and Jabin and the second defeat, the defeat of the king of Hatzor and Deborah. Okay, so that's going to be sometime around 1100-ish. That would place... We're talking here about, I believe, the end of Dynasty 19. Beginning of Dynasty 20. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so you are talking roughly, actually, that looks like more like the end of Dynasty 20. So this would be, say, after, so if this is 1100, you're talking about during the reign of Ramses the, which one is this? Ramses the Fourth? There's 1100 here. 1100. Ramses the 11th. Okay, so end of Dynasty 20. This is long after the Egyptians have lost control. So this would be after the Egyptians have lost control of the Levant, and the Egyptians officially lose control of everything during the reign of Dynasty 4. During the reign of Ramses the Fourth. So that's when they lose everything. But they've already started losing things long before then. So, already during, after the reign of Merneptah, the Egyptians really are not in control of much of anything anymore because of the civil war. Egypt has a nasty civil war after the death of Merneptah. And that lasts 20-ish years. And they never quite get back to where they were. There's a brief sort of uptick during the reign of Ramses III, where Ramses III does a conquest of the coastal plain of the Levant. But at the end of his reign, he loses it all, is assassinated, and Ramses IV just can't get anything done in the Levant. So Dynasty 21 is roughly contemporaneous with the United Monarchy of Israel. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I hope that explains it. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next super chat from AT Mysteries. What is meant that Christ is victorious over death, hell, and sin? Okay. This is the Christus Victor view. And the Christus Victor view is tied at the hip with what's called the ransom theory. Now, the ransom theory is the idea that Satan owned the world. When mankind fell, the deed to the world was handed over to Satan. Biblical warrant for this? Zippo. other than Satan's monologue in Luke chapter 4 that says, I own the world, bow to me, and I will give it to you. Yeah. He's a homeless person making a claim to own the world, essentially. He's a bum. Yeah, the temptation of Jesus. That's where Satan claims to own the world. But there's nothing saying that he did. Yeah. Nobody recognizes that claim except Satan himself. Okay? That's what narcissism. It's narcissistic. Dossman, spare a soul. Hey, mister, got a soul? Or a quarter? Hey, mister, got a quarter? Yeah, so... but there were people in the early church that bought Satan's claims. And they thought, okay, well, if Satan owned the world, he must have gotten it at the fall. Well, no one believed that, at least from the biblical writer's perspective. So then, the whole idea then is that Christ became victorious over Satan, and as such, he became victorious over death and hell and sin. Okay, so that's usually what's meant by Christ is victorious over death and hell and sin. Now, even penal substitutionary atonement holds to a kind of Christus Victor view, but not quite to the same extent. Okay? Gaius Octavius asks, what about 1 John 5:19? It says, the world lies in Satan's power. Not the same as ownership. So let's say 1 John. 1 John 5:19. Let's go to 1 John 5:19. All right. Let's start with verse 17. All unrighteousness is sin, and there is a sin not leading to death. We know that no one who is born of God sins. But he who was born of God keeps him. And it doesn't mean that in absolute sense, by the way. It's not saying because you are in God that you never sin. It's not saying that. This is the idea of habitual sin. Okay? So that's what's mean here is habitual sin. But he who is born of God keeps him, and the evil one does not touch him. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lies in the power of the evil one. Okay. Now, the world here, we have to be really, really careful here of John's use of cosmo. Cosmo here is not talking about Earth. It's not talking about Earth. It's talking about the system. The system of the world. Things like your government, your financial institutions, your religious institutions that are working against Christ. Okay? That's what John talks about when he talks about the world. D.A. Carson did a good paper on this once, and I don't remember the name of it. But But yeah, that's what it's talking about when John talks about the world, not talking about the globe, not the earth or even all the people in it. He's talking about the system. So no, he didn't own it all. Never did. So that's I hope that explains what John means here in 1 John 5. Ryan goes, Satan is a squatter. Yeah, he's a squatter. Mama says Satan's just another inmate in hell. Yeah, he is. No, he's not even the Lord of Hell. No, he's just another inmate. He's just gonna be another guy on the cell block. Okay. Mama says Satan is a lying liar who lies. So of course he's gonna make himself bigger than he is. Yeah, absolutely. He's the original narcissist. Oh yeah, he's totally the original narcissist. He's a guy who thought himself to raise himself to be equal to God. Of course he's a narcissist. Dossman. Quote, I'm like totally in charge of hell. Seriously, I promise. Okay. Okay. Bubble Machine. Does sin have a voice or a spirit? Neither. Sin is missing the mark. It's an absence of a thing. I love sort of C.S. Lewis's view on this, where, evil and sin are not things. They don't have substance. There's nothing good about them. It's just emptiness. To sin is to miss what you should be doing. So it's not. There's no spirit of sin or a voice of sin. It's just you're out of tune. It's probably more of it. You've stepped off the path. You're in no man's land and nowhere. So it's more akin to being lost. To being you've drifted. Oh yeah. Yeah, like the ship unmoored in Hebrews. Yeah. Or the ring slipping off the finger. You don't notice it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of like, I mean, if we talk about, say, the three categories of sin, iniquity, trespass, and rebellion, there's a direction to all of those. Iniquity is, you think of iniquity as you're drifting. You're slowly drifting away. So you're slowly off the path. Trespass. You're not on the path anymore. You stepped off somewhere where you shouldn't go. Okay? That's trespass. Rebellion. Rebellion, you just decide you just want to step off the path. You're going your own way. So you got to kind of think of sin more in those terms, that it's not a spirit or a voice, it's a direction. A direction. So Tim Miara, sin is something you do, not something that exists independently. Yeah, it doesn't exist independently at all. Harry Stark, how should demons or the devil be depicted? Not glamorously. Not glamorously. Um, there has this is something that's been debated for a long time. How should um how should demons and the devil be depicted? Um, the medieval solution to this was to lampoon them, mock them. This is why you see gargoyles with these misshapen forms. This is why they were given goats horns and goats hooves. It was to make fun of them, to make them something to laugh at. The medieval mind thought that the one thing demons and the devil all had an issue with was pride. How do you attack someone's pride? You mock them, you laugh at them. This is why gargoyles were done in the shapes they were, to make fun of the devil. So now there you can make them scary. They can be scary. You know, it does say that the devil is a lion roaring, looking for prey to eat. You know, that's one way you can portray him. You can portray him as scary. You can portray him as empty vacuums. You can portray them in a mocking fashion. The one way you should not portray them is as glorified or misunderstood. Were of the Most High. Wait, so gargoyles were made as laughing stocks? Yeah, they were. You were supposed to laugh at them. Harry Stark asks, did Milton make a mistake when he portrayed the devil as kind of cool in Paradise Lost? Yes and no. Yes and no. He did try. I mean, this is where we get the idea that the devil rules in hell. One of the things in Paradise Lost that the devil says is better to be a master in hell than a servant in heaven. You know, you do get that very much. I'm a ruler here in hell. Milton made a lot of theological mistakes in Paradise Lost. So, and I think that really distorted what the devil is like in the Western mindset. So, Darkblade?
I see. Again, that's how deep.
Yeah. Bubble Machine says, I see it much in animated media. It makes me sick. I'm going to say this. Some animated media gets it done well. Some of it gets it done poorly. And some it's kind of in between. One of the ones that does it kind of poorly is Hazbin Hotel. Now, here's what I'm going to say about Hazbin Hotel. It does portray demons very sympathetically. It does portray demons as the heroes and the angels as the villains. I that's definitely a bad portrayal of them. The one thing I will say about Hazbin Hotel, though, is it portrays annihilationism very accurately. So while I would never recommend Hazbin Hotel for a casual viewer, if you want to see what annihilationism is like, it's Hazbin Hotel. That's annihilationism in a nutshell. It shows how vicious that view is. No. But I will also say, too, that one that gets pretty darn close is K-pop Demon Hunters. Okay, K-pop Demon Hunters are. I mean, there's a lot of Christian messaging in K-pop Demon Hunters. It's not historically accurate to the history of demons. Okay, it's not evangelizing you, but there's a lot of Christian messaging in K-pop Demon Hunters, and there's a lot of actual Christian writers in that too. The people who did the songs, a lot of them were Christians. So, Bubble Machine, really? Yeah, really.
You're obsessed with it. I work.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, here's the thing about K-pop Demon Hunters. It's okay. There's not. It's not theology. Don't get me wrong here. It's not going to give you a theological lesson on demons, but it is going to talk about idolatry. It's going to talk about idolatry. It's going to talk about lying. It's going to talk about the consequences of idolatry and lying. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of Christian messaging inside a K-pop Demon Hunter. Surprisingly enough, just you're not going to get it's not a theological treatise, and you can't treat it that way. But it is going to portray demons in a very unflattering light. And even the one that sort of sacrifices himself, so it's also teaching sacrifice, isn't redeemed. It's not redeemed. He's just released. That's sort of redemption, but yeah, he is set free, so. But he doesn't escape the consequences of his actions. He has to accept the consequences of his actions. Yeah, so yeah, I would that one is one of the better K-pop Demon Hunters is actually one of the better portrayals I've seen.
But again,
yeah, it's not theological sound and everything, and it's not meant to be. So just keep that in mind if you watch it. All right, next one here is from Striding Hermit. For $5. Thank you very much for the question. Silly question. How exactly do you tell your wife that God broke your hip? Genesis 32, 22 to 32 just makes me laugh to think about it. Okay. I think it was a dislocation, but still you're going to lip around a bit with that. 32, 22. I was wrestling John Cena. Yeah. All right. So there I was. So we won't let's see here. So now he arose at the same night and took his 2 wives and 2 maids and his 11 children and crossed the ford of Jabbok. And he took them and sent them across the stream and sent across whatever he had. Then Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. And when he saw he had not prevailed against him, he touched the socket of his thigh. So the socket of Jacob's thigh was dislocated while he wrestled him. So it's not broken, it's just dislocated. Still, gonna hurt like heck. Well, what I think is going to be hard to explain to his wife is that your brother wants to kill you because you stole his birthright. You stole his blessing. That, I think, is going to be harder to explain. Broke your hip? That's the easy bit. Explaining why your brother and his clan is coming to kill you, I think it's a lot more harder to explain. Just saying. Ancient History Gamer. Brotherly Love, Bronze Age Edition. Ooh. Jacob was such a lame leader. Haystack. Jacob, let me line up my least desired lives and children first. Yeah, he was a scumbag. I'm sorry. Yeah, he did that too. Okay. Uh yeah. Uh I think Jacob would have a lot harder time explaining Esau than dislocating his hip. Just saying. All right, next one here is from AT Ministries. How does Revelation 118 relate to Christus Victor or penal substitutionary atonement? Revelation 1 verse 18. Back up a bit here. Verse 17. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as a dead man, and he laid his right hand upon me, saying, Do not be afraid. I am the first, I am the last, and the living one. And I was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and of Hades. Okay. Basically, he has control over death and Hades. Both Christus Victor and penal substitutionary atonement would account for this either way. This is not a key verse for either one of those. Penal substitutionary atonement, once sin is forgiven, the victor over sin gets it all. And Christus Victor, he conquers the devil, and he still gets it all. So either one of these would theories of atonement would account for this. Okay, next one. Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How can I be a great poet? You are asking the wrong person that question. I do terrible poetry. I'm a good fiction writer. I write awful poetry. I am the absolute wrong person to ask this question. Okay. Roses are red. Cheese. Yeah. That is about the level of my poetry. I'm terrible at poetry. Mrs. Producer is better at poetry than I am, so she's the one you need to ask about poetry. Mama says, okay, so you're bad at mechanics and poetry. I'll give you one more I'm bad at. Hockey. Okay. I can't ice skate. Terrible at ice skating. New lore. Yeah, so I'm bad at automotive mechanics, I'm bad at poetry, and I'm bad at ice hockey. All right, next one. What about the idea that Jesus took our sins and died with them rather than paying for them? That would be probably heretical. we are told that he paid for the sins on the cross. Find that reference for you. Second here. Okay, this is the key verse here. First Peter chapter 2, verse 24. Talking about Christ, and he himself bore our sins in his body on the cross. So that's where he bore the sins, is on the cross. So the idea that Jesus took our sins and died with them rather than paying for them is not how that works. Okay? So you'd have to, he bore our sins in his body on the cross, that we might die to sin and live righteousness, for by his wounds you were healed. It's the wounds that paid for the sins. He died unto sin, but he did not die, took our sins and died with them. So that's not how it works. So it's one of those things where you got to be very careful about the wording here. So, it's God's wrath against sin that Christ paid for, and he paid for that on the cross. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is it strange to feel a sense of great weight or heaviness when reading Jesus' words? Matthew 15, 10 to 14. I don't think it's strange. A lot of people feel a sense of gravitas and weight when they read the words of Christ. Okay, 10 to 14. And the text here says, and after that he called the multitude to him, and he said to them, hear and understand. Not what enters into a mouth defiles the man, but what proceeds out of the mouth, this defiles the man. He's talking here about the sacrificial law. The idea that if you eat pork, you're now ritually unclean. When it actually doesn't really say that, but it's an unclean food, but eating an unclean animal doesn't make you ritually unclean necessarily. Then the disciples came and said to him, do you know that the Pharisees were offended when they heard this statement? But he answered and said, every plant which my heavenly Father did not plant shall be rooted up. Let them alone. They are blind guides of the blind, and if a blind guide guides a blind man, both will fall into a pit. So, yeah, I mean, you can't read that without some sort of gravitas or heaviness to it. He's basically saying, the Pharisees don't understand the law. They don't understand the law. And if they don't understand the law, how are they teaching the law? Yeah. It's a warning to anyone following false teachers that blind guides will guide you into a pit. This is the danger of false religions, is they're blind guides. Yeah, so...
More fun to be...
yeah. So yeah, it's not strange to feel a sense of gravitas there. Not at all. Darkblade, is the pit here a metaphor for hell? Um, Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It is a metaphor though for calamity. You know, and hell is a kind of calamity. So you can extend it to that, but
you're likely to break.
Yeah.
You're gonna be sorry. You know, you can die.
I mean, how many Christians follow Ron Wyatt? There's a false teacher. There's a blind guide, and a lot of those people are falling into a pit. Will they be going to hell? Not necessarily, but they are deceived. They are deceived by a blind guide and a false teacher. So, yeah. So it's a thing. It happens. All right, next one here is from AT Ministries. Thoughts that most of the early church held to Christus Victor and ransom theory. Yes, they did. That was the predominant view during the early patristic age. The guy who essentially is responsible for recognizing penal substitutionary atonement is Anselm. Now, here's one of the things we need to understand about theological reflection. Just because it's early doesn't mean it's necessarily correct. That's an argument from antiquity, which is a logical fallacy. We are told that the Spirit will guide us into all knowledge. Doesn't need to. That doesn't mean that you're going to get all that knowledge immediately. The Bible is complex and really, really deep. So it's one of those things where the Holy Spirit is going to reveal the truth progressively through the church. So basically, the early church did hold to a Christus Victor and ransom theory view. But I don't think that it is the correct view. I think the penal substitutionary atonement makes the most sense in Scripture. And that's what really we have to go back to, is what makes the most sense according to Scripture. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Louis Sandoval for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why is Jesus never mentioned laughing in the Bible? Okay. 2 reasons. Oh, really, 1 reason. With 2 examples. Laughing is associated with mockery. This is not to say that Christ never laughed, but it is associated with mockery. We only have a couple examples of people laughing in the Bible, and it's not particularly flattering. Sarah laughed at the angel of the Lord when the angel of the Lord told Sarah that she was still going to conceive a child. Okay, she mocked the concept. Okay, so it's the other person who's recorded laughing is Thomas. Okay, Thomas laughed. Again, in both cases, it's not a particularly flattering look. And this is something that we do find in ancient records, is that ancient records don't typically record, say, lighthearted laughing or laughing at jokes. They'll say funny things. Like, there will be times when a poet will say something funny or amusing, but you'll never hear it recorded that the audience laughed, just because of that ancient connotation of laughing and mockery. So So it's not something that has a positive connotation. So this is why you don't see Jesus ever mentioned laughing, because of that ancient connotation. So, Mama, who's laughing now? The haystack. I'm so sorry for laughing so much at D&D. Forgive me. Jack Ray. Oddly laughing. Not very funny. No, not very funny. Very forgettable too. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that that you just don't see recorded in early ancient documents, just because of its negative connotations. Okay. Oh, hope that helps. Moving on. Mama, that show did not age well. No, it did not. All right, next one here is from AT Ministries. And he asks, does Illusterian Romans 3:25 mean propitiation or expiation? IP stated it means the latter, to reject penal substitutionary atonement and affirm ransom theory. But I feel penal substitution atonement works with both definitions. Okay, let's talk about this. This is actually a famous verse in the history of late 19th, early 20th century exegesis. All right, this is a famous verse. Now, let's define what we mean by propitiation versus expiation. Okay, expiation. Oops, what happened here? Somehow I got flipped here. Just a second. Back to where I was. There I am. Okay. Let's talk about what expiation is. Expiation means just to atone. Propitiation means to regain favor. This was Romans 3:25, which states, whom God displayed publicly as a propitiation in his blood through faith. And this is the word here, a hilasterion. Okay. Now, this was a hotly debated. The meaning of this word was hotly debated in the 19th century, early 20th century. It was hotly debated. Should this be propitiation or expiation? And the guy who settled this debate was C.H. Dodd. Now, C.H. Dodd was a liberal. He was a theological liberal. Okay? And theological liberals at the time preferred expiation over propitiation. This idea of atonement versus regain favor. Now, C.H. Dodd was a liberal. He didn't believe in God or anything like that. But he was the foremost expert on biblical Greek of his day. Okay? The foremost expert. And he gave this famous interview on the BBC radio, where Dodd basically, the interviewer asked Dodd, I hear you've memorized the whole New Testament in Greek. He goes, yeah, I have. He goes, wow, that's quite an achievement. And Dodd just said, well, it's not a big book. But Dodd came from a day and age where you memorized all the material you were studying. Okay. Now that doesn't happen anymore because there's just too much material to memorize.
I mean,
But in his day and age, there wasn't.
when teachers they
Mhm.
expect you to bring that through the next.
Yeah. I think he was I believe Dodd was the head was it ASV? Yeah. I'm flipping my translation here to the ASV. A lot of translations at like the big liberal translations at the time were translating this as atonement, expiation, essentially. And one thing, Dodd was head of the committee of the American Standard Version, I believe. And he did what no liberal thought would be done. When he did translate Romans 3:25, he translated this as propitiation. And that translation just sort of blew the argument out of the water. Because everybody knew this was Dodd's hand on this translation of probably the most pivotal verse in Romans 3. So it's good to be king, yeah. But it was such a well, when he was asked about this, he argued this so well that nobody dared ever question it in really serious terms again. But that's really who basically sort of settled this argument was Dodd. So IP, I don't think IP is correct here about a Helisterian meaning expiation. Almost all the Greek scholars right now will say it's propitiation. And propitiation is definitely going to favor penal substitutionary atonement over ransom theory. Because good favor is something that you can only earn from God, not earn from Satan. So Satan's opinion doesn't count for much. So the whole idea of this being translated as propitiation by the leading Greek scholars is going to really move the balance here to penal substitutionary atonement, not to ransom theory. So expiation might work both ways, but propitiation doesn't. And the leading scholars in the field hold that this is propitiation. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. But it was a very, very famous controversy of the late 19th, early 20th century. Very famous in the field of exegesis. Okay, next one here. Is from Johnny Moe for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Romans 7:15-20, about Paul's struggle with the sinful nature or struggle with the desire to go back with the words of the law. Let's have a look. Romans 7:15-20. Let's take a couple steps back here. Verse 14. For we know that the law is spiritual. Let's get that back here. Okay. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. For that which I do not know, for that which I do, I know not. For not what I would, that I do practice, but what I hate, that I do. But if what I would not, that I do, I consent unto the law that is good. So now it is no more that I do it, but sin which dwelleth in me. Okay, there's your subject there. That's what the pericope is about. It's about the sin that dwelleth in him. For I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present in me. Now keep in mind that in verse 14, it says that the law is spiritual. But I am carnal, sold under sin. So when it's talking about the things he ought to do and doesn't do, he's talking about those carnal things. Verse 18 continued. For to will is present with me, but to do that which is good is not. For the good which I would, for the good which I would, I do not.
No wonder how people
Yeah, no wonder people are having trouble understanding this. Yeah. But the evil which I would not, that I practice. You could have probably phrased this a little clearer.
Yeah. Want to do good, but I do bad.
Yeah.
Don't want to do bad. That's what I
do. Yeah. But if what I would do, what I would not, that I do, it is no more that I do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. Okay. So all of that jumble, it's probably not more eloquent in the Greek. It's not very eloquent in English. He is talking about sinful nature and the desire to sin, not to go back to the works of the law. So he's not saying it's about going back to the works of the law, but that the law sort of increases the sin. Verse 21. I find then the law that to me, who would do good, evil is present. For I delight in the law of God after the inner man, but I see a different law in my members, warring against the law of my mind. So he's saying that the law is good, but because of the sin in his flesh, he is going to end up one law, the law of God, versus the law of sin. And those are in constant struggle with each other. So it's not that he's talking about the works of the law. He's still saying that the works of the law are the law is good and spiritual, but it's having to deal. It's when law of God comes in conflict with the law of sin and death that's going to be a conflict with each other. So that's what he's talking about here in Romans chapter 7. Is this tug of war? This tug of war between what he desires to do and what is at what his nature and the sin that dwells within him wants to do. So yeah. Yeah, so that's basically what it's talking about here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Oh yeah, I still have it on the ASV. That's probably why it's so difficult to read. Oops. Yeah, that's easier to read. The NASB is much easier to read. Which is actually kind of unusual for the NASB, to be honest. Alright, so I'm going to read that. In the NASB, for we know that the law is spiritual, but I am of the flesh, sold into bondage to sin. For that which I am doing, I do not understand. For I am not practicing what I would like to do, but I am doing the very thing I hate. But if I do the very thing I do not wish to do, I agree with the law, confessing that it is good. So now, no longer am I the one doing it, but sin which dwells in me. For I know nothing good dwells in me, that is, in my flesh. For the wishing is present in me, but the doing of good is not. For the good that I wish, I do not do. But I practice the very evil that I do not wish. But I am doing the very thing I do not wish. I am no longer the one doing it, but the sin which dwells in me. Okay, so that's probably a little more clear. Not much, but a little more. Yeah, definitely doesn't help that I had been on the ASV, absolutely. Well, the funny thing is that the NASB is a revision of the ASV. So, they're related versions, but a little more modern clarity there, I think, in the NASB. Okay. Next one here. Why didn't Isaiah or Ezekiel or the other prophets take off their sandals before the Lord? Was it because their visions or because God's spirit's in the temple? What about the patriarchs? We're not told about whether or not they took off the sandals or not. If you've got an example here of one where they didn't take off their sandals, we'll talk about it. We're just not told. Okay? That could be something that's just assumed. So, just because it doesn't mention it, doesn't actually mean they didn't do it. But again, we need a more of a concrete reference here in order to really sort of to do that out. So hope that helps. But unfortunately, I can't give you any more without a concrete reference here. Okay, next one here. Louis Sandoval for 199. How spirit critters fight. Do they fight like us? No, they don't fight like us. Sometimes they fight like us. They do fight. We do know this because in the book of Daniel, Michael, I think it's Michael or is it Gabriel, is told he's fighting the Prince of Persia, I think it is, or some Prince of Babylon or something like that. Just find this here. Let's find the reference. Yeah, here it is. Daniel chapter 10. I'll start verse 2. In those days, I, Daniel, had been mourning for 3 entire weeks. I did not eat any tasty food, nor did meat or wine enter my mouth, nor did I use any ointment at all, or the entire 3 weeks were until the entire 3 weeks were completed. On the 24th day of the first month, while I was on the bank of the great river, that is the Tigris, I lifted my eyes, and behold, there was a certain man dressed in linen, whose waist was girded with a belt of pure gold of Uphaz. Not sure what the reference to Uphaz is, but other than it's regional. His body was also like beryl. His face had the appearance of lightning. His eyes were like flaming torches. His arms and feet like the gleam of polished bronze, and the sound of his words like the sound of a tumult. Now I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, while the men who were with me did not see the vision. Nevertheless, a great dread fell on them, and they ran and to hide themselves. So they didn't see the vision, but for some reason they were afraid. They could feel something was up. Verse 8. So I was left alone and saw a great vision, yet no strength was in me, for my natural color turned to a deathly pallor, and I retained no strength. But I heard the sound of his words. As soon as I heard the sound of his words, I fell into a deep sleep on my face, with my face to the ground. He passed out. Then behold, a man touched me, and set me trembling on my hands and knees. And he said to me, O Daniel, man of high esteem, understand the words that I am about to tell you, and stand upright, for I have now been sent to you. And when he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. Then he said to me, Do not be afraid, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart to understanding this, and humbling yourself before your God, and your words were heard, I have come in response to your words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia, who was withstanding me for 21 days, then behold, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I had been left there with the kings of Persia. Okay, so what we're seeing here is a spiritual war going on. A war going on. War to prevent these powers, angelic powers, from getting to their destination one or the other. You got this one angel who is being sent to Daniel with a message. And then you have the Prince of Persia who's putting up a fight to block him. And then another angel comes along to contend with the kings of Persia here to allow this angel to pass. Okay. So what we can gather from this is spirit creatures can fight with each other. They can fight with each other. They can block each other. They can inflict damage. Typically, how they deal with people is a little different. They are able to provide temptation, to provide, spiritual, to get people off the rails. One of the things that spirit critters do is they have a form of telepathy. She doesn't like your trash can. I don't know. Blame her. Did you get up on the box fine? All right. Well, she's knocked that thing over once already. Bunny Chaos. Okay, so Darkblade. So it isn't referring to Persian royalty. Oh no. Oh no. This is not referring to Persian royalty at all. This is referring to spirit critters fighting it out. So they're fighting it out, and they can block each other. They can attack each other. They don't seem to be able to kill each other, but that doesn't mean they can't inflict injury upon each other. Gandalf the Base. So you show this in scripture, telepathic ability, or any evidence for that? Really curious. Okay, let's actually do this. And we can go to Luke for this one. Luke chapter 4. So this is the temptation of Christ. And Jesus, full of the Spirit, returned from the Jordan and was led about by the Spirit in the wilderness for 40 days, being tempted by the devil. Okay? He ate nothing during those days, and when they had ended, he became hungry. And the devil said to him, "If you are the Son of God, tell the stone to become bread." All right, that's just a simple one-on-one interaction. We go down here to verse 5. And he led him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. This is a vision. The devil is giving Christ a vision here. How can the devil do this? How can the devil show Christ all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time? He is flashing through. He's basically what the devil is doing is the way angels communicate telepathically is they don't read your thoughts. They implant your thoughts. I've often said this. Humans are great receivers. We're terrible transmitters. Okay? We can't transmit our thoughts. We can receive thoughts, though. And spirit critters are a little bit of the opposite. They don't receive thoughts so well, but they can sure transmit them. Okay? So this is how the mechanics of angelic telepathy work. They transmit their thoughts because they don't have voices. Okay? They don't have voices. So the fact is we have a voice. I can communicate my thoughts to Mrs. Producer here because my vocal cords vibrate, make a sound in the air, and those sound waves are transmitted to Mrs. Producer, who hears those sound waves. Okay? Angels don't have that convenience of air. They don't have vocal cords. They don't make a noise. They're not corporeal. So they have to communicate with each other a different way. And how they communicate that is through telepathy. A very rudimentary sort of telepathy. But the sort of telepathy that instead of reading minds, something they can't read minds, but they can transmit their thoughts to another being. And that other being can then read them. This is how they tempt us. This is how they show us visions. In the case of Christ, the devil transmits his images, his thoughts, of all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. So this is how angels communicate. It's kind of like how does a spiritual being see? Spiritual beings don't have eyes, but they can still see. What they do is they focus mentally. So spirit critters have a way of doing these similar things, but in different ways. Ways that are more philosophers have talked about this for a long, long time, of how that eyes are not actually necessary to see. You can't. For us humans, absolutely, we need them because we live in a corporeal world. But if you were a spirit being, you could still see, but not not with eyes and with light, but by focus. So humans make really good receivers. We're good radios. We're terrible transmitters. Okay? Angels are excellent transmitters. They're not so good at receiving. No, an angel cannot read your mind. God can read your mind. God can do both. God can transmit and receive. because he's God. He's got that ability to both plant thoughts and read them. An angel can plant thoughts, but he can't read thoughts. So that's what's going on with angels, is in the case here of Luke 4, verse 5, he's showing Christ all the kingdoms of the world. He's not actually taking Christ to every kingdom. He's not picking up Christ and just moving him around every kingdom of the world. SpaceX. Teleporter. Star Trek teleporter, moving Christ around all over the place.
Go up, you look at the whole
No, that's not what's going on here. Christ is not on the space shuttle looking down on the whole Earth, seeing it all at once. Okay, but that's where Scripture.
I
guess it doesn't say it isn't, but it'd be very strange. But yeah, that's what's going on. That's where we would have to infer that this is what the devil is doing here, is using his telepathic ability to show Christ all the kingdoms of the world all at once. So that's where we get this inference from. Space trucking Jesus. So space trucking Jesus is a myth too? Afraid so. Space Jesus. Oh dear. Oh wait, if they can't receive, then how does Gabriel have the dialogue with Mary? She tells him. Okay, here's how it works with simulacra bodies. Okay, in simulacra bodies, what's going on here with Gabriel and Jesus, or sorry, Gabriel and Mary, is that the angel manifests a simulacra body. Now they can hear if you speak. That they can hear, but they can't read your mind. Yeah, so don't mutter under your breath if you're around demonic entities, okay? Keep your mouth shut. If you're ever around a demonic entity, do the same thing a lawyer tells you when you're arrested by the police. Say nothing. Keep your mouth shut. Maintain your right to remain silent. Be discreet. Okay, so Gabriel is implanting thoughts into the mind of Mary, and she's responding by telling him. So, or he could, because Gabriel's manifesting a simulacral body, he could just be saying it too. That could be as well. Okay, Ganel base. So they can't read the mind, but they can audibly hear. Yes, they can. Yeah, they can figure it out by the frequency of the vibrations. Yeah, they can still audibly hear, but they can't read your mind. We don't know exactly how they hear, but they can do it. So they can eavesdrop. So absolutely, they can eavesdrop on you. And in that case, they're no different than somebody sitting in the room in that respect. Ganel base. Okay, now I'm tracking. Okay, so that's sort of the scope of their abilities. They can see, they can hear, but they can't read your mind. That's the limitation. Is they can't read your mind. Only God can read your mind. But they can plant thoughts into your mind. That they can do. You know, they can fill you with pride. They can fill you with lust.
They can read.
And they can read tells. That's the other thing too. For example, if a demon plants a thought of lust in your mind and you blush, they can figure out that it's working just from you blushing. Okay.
If you snort and go, going after grandma.
Oh yeah.
I got all emotional. You were like, yeah, right.
Oh yeah, that time that demon tried to mess with us. Oh boy. Yeah. There was a time. This was during when I was going to seminary, and it was Saturday night. I was studying like I always do every Saturday night because I'm a boring person. Mrs. Producer was watching television. We had to go to church next morning, and um, we both had the same dream, and it was really, really odd, really odd. Um, the dream was that how we met up with our grandmothers, and she was so loving and so caring, and my wife wakes up crying. She wakes up crying, and she goes, "I had this dream about my grandmother, and she was so sweet and tender." I said, "Really? That's bizarre." And I had a dream about my grandmother, and she was sweet and tender, and I wasn't buying it for a moment. Because my grandmother was not sweet and tender. Oh my god, my grandmother was a mean woman. She was mean. She was a nasty woman. It's like I was waking up going, "No way." Yeah, as soon as she told me it, it's like, okay, I know what's going on here. It's just like, like no way. It's like, you serious? You serious? Like,
No,
Blake.
most of was that then that was
The fact was, it wasn't a bad dream.
it was detail for
Yeah, it was detail for detail the same. The only difference was the identity of the woman. Okay, this is why we suspect it was demonic. Okay,
I mean,
I mean, for her, she woke up and she was touched and thought that her grandmother was contacting her,
no,
or well, maybe not think that but
I was upset.
she was
I missed
upset
my grandmother.
because she missed her grandmother, and it made her very upset because she missed her grandmother, and I didn't. I don't miss my grandmother, not one bit. So, but for it to be the same dream at the same time, that was what was at issue here. It's the same dream at the same time, on the same day, and the same circumstances. That's what was so. And I think what was going on here was this is why we suspect it's demonic. That the guy was the spirit creator was trying to do a 2-for-1 special here. And it made my wife distraught, and it made me incredulous. So yeah, spirit creatures do fight, and they do fight differently. Sometimes they'll fight to deceive. They will try to, get you to sin. They will try to manipulate your emotions. Uh, and they will fight with each other. So they do not fight like us in any way. Uh, but they do have their own kind of warfare. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Bubble Machine, what would be the point of doing something like that? Giving you both that dream, I mean. Oh, oh, that's simple. Um, this is effective for most people. Here's the thing that demons are not that creative. They do have, most of them have a modus operandi, and sometimes it's triggering emotions. Like, for example, here's the thing. If it's lazy, yeah, Jack Ray, lazy patterns. Yeah, lazy patterns. That's exactly what it is. Um, here's what's going on. Here's how a demon might use something like this. And I mentioned this because I've heard other use this happen to other people too, where they might get a dream about a dead relative when they really, really loved and can't afford, and it might just start off as a caring kind of dream like that. Then you get the next step, which is, I have a message for you, but I can't really communicate it here. So this prompts the human to start doing things like seances and Ouija boards. Gateway. It's emotional trigger to get you to do something else. And if that demonic entity can get you to start doing non-biblical practices like mediumship or divination, it's a win. And this is such a cheap win. It's a scam call. Yeah, Dotsman got it right here. It's a scam call. It's exactly what it is. He's cold calling. He's cold calling. He's cold calling to trip you into a scam.
Writing it in the secret text. Good question.
Does horoscope count? Yes, it does. But not all horoscopes are created equally either, okay? You do have the sort of horoscope that's just the newspaper horoscope, which is so generic it can apply to anybody. But you also get those who do personal horoscopes. And those are definitely divination. So, yes, they count, but... Mama, wow, a spiritual scam call. That's the best way of calling that. Bubble Machine, who, as far as I know, getting tea. Yeah, it's a spiritual spam call. It's a spiritual scam. I mean, that's what it is. but this is sort of the tip of the wedge. This is a phishing call. It's a kind of phishing call. It's to get you to act on emotion, to do something you wouldn't normally do. So it's like, yeah, it's exactly what it is. You don't think scammers invented phishing, do you? It's just like pH phishing, by the way. Jeez. Yeah, they're luring you. It's exactly what they're doing.
What worked?
Yeah.
That particular David, well, that didn't.
Yeah. Bubble Machine. Can demons move objects? Yes, they can. Yes, they do have that ability to move objects. So it is possible they can do it. They generally don't. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort for a demon to move. Just like kind of like, it's kind of like, for us, it'd be kind of like running a marathon. You wouldn't want to do it unless you had to. Okay. So let's move on here. Next one here is from Sandoval. Maybe spirits weren't going to their spiritual gym. Well, I mean, it takes a lot of energy for a spirit to lift something. It's sort of like they can manifest a simulacral body, but it takes a lot of energy to do it. It takes a lot of energy to do it. So, all right, we'll take Gandalf's here. We should have actually moved on, but okay. Gandalf says, I have to go to bed, but I'll leave with one question. Hopefully, I can see your response tomorrow. Is Ruth revealing Boaz's feet sexual? I heard this interpretation the other day. Yes, it is. Very, very, very sexual. Okay? So, hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the... All right. Mama says, the devil never made anyone do anything, but luring them, deceiving them with ideas of how fulfilling the flesh will make them happy instead of depressed and ashamed all day long. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Lying, deceiving, getting you to follow idols, um, tempting you to do practices to occult practices. Oh, yeah, they'll do that all day long. You know, that's in the well within their repertoire. Well within the repertoire. Okay, next super chat here is from AT Ministries. Explain the Sadducees being a temple cult. Well, that's almost the definition of being a Sadducee. A Sadducee is the branch of Israelite priests, late Second Temple period Israelite priests. They're descendants of the line of Aaron. They do all the temple stuff. Okay, so that's their job. They are a temple cult. They run the sacrifices in the temple. They are the temple guards and they're the priests there and all of that stuff. They are distinct in one way. They only believe in Torah. So the first 5 books of the Bible, they don't believe that the rest of Scripture is authoritative. So they don't believe in the prophets like Isaiah, Ezekiel, or anything like that. They also believe that life ends at death. So they don't believe there's life after death. So they don't believe in Sheol. They don't believe in heaven except for God himself. God and the angels reside in heaven, but people don't survive death. So that's sort of the ideology of the Sadducees in a nutshell there. All right, next one here is from Johnny Moe for $5. Is in Matthew 6:33, is that more of a general principle, not really a promise? The reality is that those most faithful often experience most hardship in life. Let's look at that. Matthew. No. All right. Now, verse 31. We'll start from verse 31 and then we'll get to the passage here. Do not be anxious then, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink? With what shall we clothe ourselves? For these things the Gentiles equally seek. For your heavenly Father knows that you need these things. Now, notice what he says here. What you eat, what you drink, and what you clothe yourself. Not that you're going to be living in a house. Okay. Or that you have a car. Okay. It's promising you bare essentials here. Okay. Do not be anxious for those things. Verse 33. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. Verse 34. Therefore, do not be anxious for tomorrow will care for itself. each day has enough trouble of its own. Okay? He's basically saying, you've got enough trouble today. You got plenty to worry about today. You don't need to worry about tomorrow. Okay?
It's a mix.
Yeah.
Job.
Yeah, it's not saying you don't have to have a job. It's not saying you don't need a budget or earn income. It's not saying that. It's saying seek first the kingdom and his righteousness, which includes doing responsible things. Okay? But it's also saying that you shouldn't be anxious. Don't obsess over clothes and food and all these other things. Okay? So it's just saying don't obsess over it. Worry about today. There's enough to worry about today that tomorrow is a tomorrow problem. That's what he's telling you. Tomorrow is a tomorrow problem. Worry about today. And focus on God. Worry about today, focus on God. And the Father knows you still need food and clothing. He knows you need the essentials. He'll still provide you with the essentials. He's not going to provide you with a BMW. Not very likely, anyway. Miracles do happen, but yeah, not very likely he's going to provide you with a BMW. But he is going to provide you with the essentials, food and clothing. The basics. Bubble Machine says, your anti-anxiety verse. I love it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's focus on the moment. Focus on the moment. Focus on God. And if you focus on the moment and focus on God, tomorrow will take care of itself. Okay. Next one here is thoughts on dynamic omniscience. Dynamic omniscience. Is that like jumbo shrimp? I'm not sure what you mean by dynamic omniscience. Omniscience is omniscience. You're either omniscient or you're not. So I'm not sure what's meant by my omniscience here. Are you meaning like middle knowledge stuff? I'm not really sure what you mean by this. You'd have to be probably omniscience means all-knowing. All-knowing. So I'm not really sure what's meant here by dynamic omniscience. I don't know how omniscience can be dynamic. So you'd probably have to clarify this question a bit better. Thank you very much for the super chat, though. I appreciate it, but I don't know what you're really talking about here. Okay, so next one here is from Louis Sandoval for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Do you know any books that explain heaven accurately? Not off the top of my head. You don't really hear a lot of people talk not a lot of writers talk about heaven in great detail. For some reason, people tend to talk more about demons and hell because it sells more books. Heaven doesn't seem to sell a lot of books. Well, that tells you a lot about our culture. Tells you a lot about our culture.
Anxiety sells well. Fears.
Yeah.
Negative emotions. Promise. Alleviate.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the person?
Yeah. Pain points are what marketers use. Just our culture. In our culture, we care we have an unhealthy fascination with hell, with the demonic world, um and I will admit it's interesting, but heaven has its own set of interests too. But people will buy books on demons and hell. And even Heiser talked about this. His book on demons. He didn't put a lot of effort into his book on demons, but it outsold his Unseen Realm, because just putting that title on his book made it an instant bestseller. So
K-pop.
what makes it an instant hit? K-pop Demon Hunter.
Hey, you got K-pop.
You got K-pop and you got Demon Hunter. You got demons. Instant hit. Alcorn has a good book on heaven. Okay, I haven't read it. Marketing. Yep. Yep. It's all about marketing, isn't it? Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Do Romans 4:19 4:9 does Romans 14:9 and Mark 12:27a contradict? All right, let's look at them. Romans 14 verse 9. For to this end Christ lived, died, and lived again, that he might be Lord of both dead and of the living. Okay. So I think I know where you're going with this one here. The Lord of the both the dead and the living here. So that's sort of the key part here of this. Mark 2. Mark 12. 27. All right, we'll take that from verse 26. But in regard to the fact that the dead rise, have you not read the book of Moses, in the passage about the burning bush, how God spoke to him, saying, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living. You are made. Okay, so the question is, in Romans 14, it talks about he is the Lord of the living and the dead. Whereas in 27, he is not the God of the dead, but of the living. Okay. Now, what's the difference here is the context of what is meant by dead. Okay? So it's talking here about those here of those who are alive in Christ, or who will be alive in Christ. Okay, so Moses and Abraham and Isaac and Jacob aren't really dead in the absolute sense. It's a difference of sense here. So he's talking to the Pharisees here, who do not believe people live after death. So he's basically having to show that Christ here in Mark, he's showing the Sadducees that Abraham's alive, Isaac's alive, and Jacob's alive in an absolute sense. Yes, their body is dead, but their spirit is alive. Okay? So he's basically telling them that God is not the God. He is not the God of the dead, as in these people are gone, but he is a God of living souls. Whereas in the case of, say, Romans, we're getting something else. We're getting a different sense of death here. Romans 14. 14 verse 9. I'll start at verse 7. For none of us lives for himself, and not one dies for himself. If we live for God. If we die for the Lord. Therefore, whether we live or die, we are the Lord's. Now, he's talking about physical death here. For this end, Christ died and lived again, that he might be Lord of both the dead and of the living. So here in Romans, it's basically saying that those who are separated from the body, he's God of. And those who are not separated from the body, he's also Lord of. So he's Lord of both those who are alive in the flesh and those who are dead in the flesh. Okay? Whereas in Mark, he's basically saying these people who are dead in the flesh are alive in the spirit. And that's the real sense of living. So it's not a contradiction. It's just using two different senses of the word dead and using them in two particular ways. So it's not a contradiction. It's just using different senses. Okay, next one here. Annie Manuel for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Is God temporal or atemporal? He's atemporal. God is outside of time. So, did he dump it? So, so God is not bound by time. He's outside of time. He created the universe. He created the physical time-space continuum. So for him to do that, he would have to be outside of time, which would make him atemporal. So now he can interact in time, he can intrude into time, but he is not temporal himself. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. When's the idea of resurrection enter Israelite religion? Hard to say. There are hints of it early on. Probably the earliest reference to this is in Job. Job talks about this. This is probably the earliest resurrection hint, and this is going to date to Iron Age 1 or 2. Because the book of Job dates to the Iron Age. So Job 19:26. Okay. And it talks here. This is Job talking. And he says, verse 23, "Oh, that my words were written. Oh, that they were inscribed in a book, that with an iron status and lead they were engraved in rock forever. As for me, I know that..." Now that lead thing, that's a very interesting, this little bit here, this iron stylus and lead. This is inscribing a lead tablet. This is a very Iron Age thing to do. So, very interesting that reference right there. That they were engraved with an iron stylus and lead, they were engraved in rock forever. As for me, I know my Redeemer lives. And at the last day, here is the inference, he will take his stand on the earth. This is where the resurrection passage comes in. Verse 26. Even after my skin is destroyed, yet from my flesh I will see God. Now, Job's going to be dead. So, where is that flesh coming from? Even after his skin is destroyed. If your skin is destroyed, you're dead. So he's dead. Yet from his flesh, he shall see God. It's a very, very a very interesting sort of that view here that infers resurrection. So this is one of the places where we start to get the seeds of the idea of resurrection, and it seems to be First Temple period. So that's very interesting right there. That's the earliest reference I know of to resurrection in the Old Testament. So, uh, too many Marys. There's no paper in Job. Nope. No papyrus and no scrolls. There wouldn't be papyrus. They're too far. Job would be too far away from papyrus. There would, however, be parchment. They'd have parchment, but there was also other writing possibilities too. There were lead tablets. There was stone tablets. There was also wax tablets. The wax tablet had been invented at that point. But you don't see a lot of iron styrus and lead, not until the Iron Age. You don't see iron at all until the Iron Age. That almost goes without saying. But you also don't see lead used as a writing medium also until the Iron Age. So, okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Striding Hermit asks a member question here. Doc, what is your best guess for why humans love to befriend dangerous animals? It seems like we're still trying to subdue the earth, in my honest opinion. Because they don't have a healthy sense of self-preservation. I don't know why. I don't know why people try to befriend dangerous animals. I don't know why people keep cobras. I don't know why people keep elapids. I don't know why people keep toxic snakes and rattlesnakes. I don't know why people want to keep Sydney funnel web spiders or tigers. Yeah, not when they get older, they ain't. Or lions. I mean, I don't know why people want to keep a chimpanzee. I mean, yeah, chimpanzees will tear you to pieces. You know, they're like 6 times stronger than a human being, or 8 times stronger than a human being. Yeah, they'll tear you apart. Yeah, it's just like, why? Why? Andrew Graham, at the cost of handlers' fingers and body parts in their lives. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's so many people have been killed by these animals, and I don't understand it. Timiar, I think you mean girls. No, I don't mean gorillas. No, I don't mean gorillas. I mean chimpanzees. Look at the strength of a chimpanzee. It is phenomenal how strong they are.
One woman.
I mean, there was one chimpanzee that mutilated her friend. I mean, just tore her nose off an ear. Yeah, it's well, even that lemur. That little lemur was strong. The one that grabbed you?
Oh,
grab?
One.
Yeah.
My personal experience.
Yeah, your personal experience with him. You want to get friendly with the parrot, and
the lemur
came and grabbed my shoulder and tore my shirt. It tore my shirt off. Sleeve of my shirt because it was. Yeah, there are. Ugh. Silverback gorillas are 3 times stronger than humans. They're stronger than that. No, that's an understatement. They're much stronger than humans. Jack Ray, chimps are dangerous as just really bad. There's a reason ancient humans would kill them in batches and leave the bodies. Yeah.
Well,
Mama, primate pets, hard pass. I would agree with that. Hard pass on the primates.
a-
Yeah. Kangaroos can kill humans too. Yeah, and I wouldn't want one of them as a pet. Mama, yeah, they throw their feces around and rip your face off if they're feeling weird. Yeah, yeah, they can. I mean, they're incredibly dangerous animals. Incredibly dangerous animals. Which is why in sight, like they sometimes used to use. They don't do this so much anymore, but they used to use chimpanzees in movie and television productions. Um, they're uh they use, like, for example, like in Battlestar Galactica, uh 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 Boxy's mechanical dog Daggett actually had a chimpanzee inside, a immature chimpanzee. Yes, it did. No, it wasn't fair to the monkey, but it got to a point where they couldn't control it anymore. So yeah, yeah. So it's just yeah, they're incredibly powerful animals. Incredibly powerful animals. So I don't know why people want to do this. It seems stupid to me. Okay, move on here. Next one here is from Ministries. When's a Christian justified using violence? Um, when your family and other human beings are being threatened with violence, you can use violence at that point. Uh, for when it's not taking the life of an innocent, like for example, if you have been drafted into a war, you are justified to. That's not murder to shoot an enemy combatant because they're going to shoot you. They're not innocent. They're going to shoot you, so you shoot them first. So, yeah, war is generally a bad thing, but anytime where your life, liberty, is threatened, you are justified to use violence. Okay, any self defense situation, you are justified. Now the amount of violence is debated, but you are justified in using it. Bubble machine. Bomb Papa says movies and shows usually use young baby chimps. Yeah, they did. Again, it's a control thing. They could control young baby chimps, but you can't control them once they hit puberty. Bubble machine, was this before animal cruelty laws? Um, no. There were animal cruelty laws before. This was just not seen as animal cruelty. They got an exception for the entertainment industry. Um, a lot of the animal cruelty laws made movies, television productions, zoos, circuses exempt. It's only later on that certain states and provinces made those part of the animal cruelty law. Like, for example, in British Columbia here, um, cetaceans, which are whales, were exempt from animal cruelty laws, I believe, until like 2005, in which case they were outlawed. You couldn't use them in aquariums anymore, and they had to be all rehomed. And that sort of ended the aquarium. Nobody wanted to go anymore. Funny that.
And
Yeah, a lot of them died being rehomed too, yeah. It kind of sucked. Okay, next one here is from Free Willy. Oh yeah, that didn't end well. That did not end well. Willy didn't do so well in the wild. They did Free Willy, by the way. Um, yeah, they did Free Willy after 20 years in confinement after the movie.
that would be like taking you or I and sticking you down in the middle of the wilderness.
Yeah, they put him in a tiny tank for 20 years, and then they rehomed him in Norway. And he didn't do so well out there. Didn't do so well. Yeah. Yeah.
Most animals want a good
Yeah. Mama, wow. Cringe, yeah. Anagram, but there are those two killer whales in South Africa called port and starboard. It depends how long they've been in captivity. Essentially, if if they've been in captivity a very short period of time, they generally tend to readapt better to the wild. The ones that have been in captivity a long time, they don't readapt so well. Yeah. Well, they tried to reduce Willie gradually. They had a little seaside pen for him, but it just their hunting success doesn't have. Here's the thing, the problem with keeping a killer whale in captivity is socialization. Killer whales hunt in pods. The problem is a killer whale in captivity has no pod. They can't pack hunt. They're pack hunters. Okay? Killer whales are pack hunters. That's how they hunt, is they hunt in groups. This is how they can take out a great white shark. And great white sharks go, killer whales, not my circus, not my monkeys, I'm out of here. Okay? Because great white sharks know that killer whales coordinate their attacks. If you can see one killer whale, there's a half and a dozen of its buddies in the water.
So you want to battle?
Oh yeah, it's uncanny. They've actually tracked this where, say, killer whales, will approach a group of mating great white sharks. They'll just disperse. They'll disperse. Crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But that's because they're pack hunters. And when you rehome a killer whale that's been in captivity a long time, they have no pod. They have no pack. So they have a hard time fending for themselves.
There is. Oh.
Yeah. Mama, they're raptors of the ocean. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're raptors of the ocean. Annie Manuel, orca populations are exclusive. They don't accept strangers. Yeah, they don't. That's the problem with trying to rehome them. If you try to return an orca to the wild, it doesn't do so well. It doesn't do so well again because of that, their exclusivity of their pods. So yeah, elephants will adopt an outsider, but those are elephants. Orca are deeply suspicious of other. Yeah, orca are deeply suspicious of other orca pods. So. Okay, next one here. is from Michael Gee for $10 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. If Joseph, Jesus' father, had been alive during Jesus' ministry, Pharisees would have put pressure on Joseph to command Jesus to stop his activities. Culturally, would Jesus have had to obey? Not necessarily. There is an instance in the Old Testament. Gideon, Jerubbaal. His father was alive, and Gideon was going around smashing ball statues. Okay? He was going around smashing ball statues. And the people of the town came up to Gideon's father and said, "Deal with your son. He's smashing all our ball statues." And the father just said, "Jerubbaal, let Baal deal with him." If Joseph's father had still been alive, or if Jesus' quote father, Joseph, had still been alive, even if the people came up to him and said, "Hey, deal with your son," he could have always said, "Let Yahweh deal with him." You think he's a problem? Let Yahweh deal with him. There was biblical precedent for that. So, Yeru Yahweh. let Yahweh deal with him. Nope. Mama says, "Orca, look at a new orca. Sussus Amogus." Yep. Okay, next one here. Joshua 9:15-16. Why not break it? Well, let's see what he was talking about here. Joshua chapter 9, verse 16, 15 to 16. Okay, this is the treaty with the Gibeonites. And Joshua made peace with them, these are the Gibeonites, and made a covenant with them to let them live, and the leaders of the congregation swore an oath to them. And it came about at the end of 3 days, after they had made a covenant with them, that they heard that they were neighbors, and they would be living with the land. So the question, I guess, here, AT Ministries is asking is, when the Israelites find out they were tricked, why could they not break the treaty? The reason is because these treaties were ratified and witnessed by the gods. Okay? Gibeonites would say, if we break the treaty, let our gods judge us. And the Israelites also said, okay, if we break the treaty, let Yahweh judge us. Now, this treaty does get broken by Saul. And there is retribution for this. Yahweh basically says to King David at one point, "Hey, you got some unfinished business here. Saul slaughtered some Gibeonites. My name's on the line here. You said you'd keep this treaty in my name. Go and work this out with the Gibeonites and execute judgment on Saul's family." So, this was a serious deal. They couldn't break it, at least not without ramifications, because Yahweh wouldn't let this happen. And that was the idea, is if you swear to your God that the God puts wrath on you if you break your treaty to them, yeah, you wouldn't dare break this. Not if you really believe that God would exact judgment on you for breaking the treaty that you did in his name. So, that's why they didn't do it. Because the oaths made to the gods. Okay, next one here.
Hard. If you suspicious
Yeah,
of once
yeah. That's the thing about, and Mrs. Producer says, that's the thing about making treaties. You can be as suspicious as you want as you want to be before the treaty. But once the treaty's done, it's done. You're stuck with it. Followers the Ichthus for $5, and he asks, "Hi, sir. Any layman book recommendations on cult and conspiracy theory mindsets and how they were created?" I can't really give you one on conspiracy theory mindsets, but I can give you one on cults. Here's what I would recommend. Is New Religious Movements Challenge and Response. It's edited by Brian Wilson and Jamie Cresswell. That'll give you sort of a decent introduction on cults. You really, these days, they don't really call them cults anymore. They call them new religious movements. So that's what I would recommend. And there's several good books out on the mindset of cult formation. So, and they tend to be, most of these tend to be anthologies, written by many authors. So, that's what I would recommend here. So that's the book I would recommend is New Religious Movements, Challenge and Response. That'll give you a foundational. And then there's other books you can add on top of that too. But that'll give you a start. And it's fairly recent. Copyright's 1999, so it's fairly recent for one of these books. Yeah, 25 years now, but hey. That's recent for a book on a general text on new religious movements. That's how long it takes to get published these days, yeah.
next one will be
Yeah.
started getting went into its public.
Yeah. All right. Mike JSB asked the question, do you think Israelites were slaves during the entire period from Akhmosa I to Ramses II, or could they have been living freely at times during Dynasty 18? I think, well, they were enslaved that time, but they would have had various activities during that time. So, yeah, they were enslaved during the entire period. At least most of them were, but they would have had various tasks. Some of them would have been just put to agricultural labor. Some of them would have been put to making mud brick, but it'll depend on the period. Some periods required more slave labor than others. So they probably did not do as much, say, during the Amarna period. We have some evidence that they had of lower slave activity during the Amarna period. That's because Amarna was much more sequestered. They didn't want to move slaves to Amarna to do work, so there was less for slaves to do. So we get actually a lull in activity during Amarna. But and frankly, too, Amarna had a much more, I'd say, progressive view towards slavery. They still had slaves, they still used slaves, but they don't seem to be as harshly treated during the Amarna period as well. So it's not that they're living freely, because the fact is nobody's living freely in New Kingdom Egypt. Everyone is confined to their towns. Even nomarchs, the hereditary governors, can't leave their provinces. I mean, if a hereditary governor left his province, there was suspicion that he was out conquering things. So everyone sort of stayed at home. Nobody moved around. The question is not, were you a slave? It's the question of, what kind of slave were you? Yeah. Yeah. It's very feudal, where you're tied to the land. You're tied to the land. So this idea of moving around ain't gonna happen. No holidays either. They got some holidays. Yeah, they got holidays. There were holidays in Egypt, and there were exemptions sometimes made for festivals. Like, for example, the workers at Deir el Medina got a week off once to go to the mountains, sacrifice to their god, drink lots of wine, and celebrate their good fortune.
What Moses asked Pharaoh is not a new
Yeah, so what Moses was asking Pharaoh was not a new concept, not at all.
work. Happened. See that
Yeah,
they work for us.
yeah, yeah. The dude's a dude. They still can't move around freely in Egypt. Nope, nope, they can't. Uh, you need a permit, for example, to go from Cairo to Sinai. Oh yeah, today you still need a permit. Yeah, you can't move around freely today. Yeah, that's absolutely true. You know, if you want to go from Cairo to Sinai, oh yeah, you need a permit. And police checkpoints are all over the place. Yeah. Yeah, to 2025, it's still no free movement in Egypt. Now, if you wanted to take a flight, yes, you can do that. You wanted to go from Cairo to Sheikh El Sharm, you could do that because you're not driving. Okay? You can fly, there's nothing preventing people from moving between airports today. But you need permits to drive to locations. So yeah, if you wanted to go take a trip to Sheikh El Sharm, you could do that today. But if you want to go to St. Catherine's, you need a permit. Yeah, and St. Catherine's permission because they're not going to welcome you with open arms because it is a working monastery. Yeah, a lot of people try to drive to St. Catherine's, not realizing that it's a working monastery, and they're not going to accept you just for the because you show up on their doorstep.
Like Earth.
Yeah, they don't like tourists.
Legitimate scholar? I mean,
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
project interest.
Mama, Bomb Papa, 13 and 11-year-olds are going to bed. Nighty night. Glad you could join us. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Here is Joshua 9:24. Would they have known of Moses? Joshua 9:24. These are whose people are these? Okay, these are still the Gideonites. So they answered Joshua and said, because it was certainly told your servants that the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land before you, therefore we fear greatly for our lives because of you and have done this thing. Okay. Would the Gibeonites known about Moses? Sure. We do know from the Amarna tablets that people were aware of the predecessors of certain conquerors. Like, for example, there's an Amarna letter that was written talking about the sons of Labayu, who were king of Shechem, who were going out and conquering various areas of the region. Okay? So, yeah, they knew the names of the sons, but they also knew the name of the deceased father, too. So, it's not unreasonable that the Gibeonites would have known about the predecessor of Joshua, which was Moses. And it's just one, it's the immediate predecessor anyway. So Moses wasn't dead that long when this happened. You know, he's only been dead for about, I don't know, maybe a year? Maybe. It's highly probable they knew of Moses. Yeah. You know, the Moabites would have known about Moses. The Ammonites would have known about Moses. The Edomites would have known about Moses. You know, so yeah, why not? Why not I mean, almost certainly the surviving Amorites in the Heshbon would have known about Moses. So absolutely, yeah, they would have known. You know, the word gets around. Word gets around. People talk, and you know, the ancestors, the predecessors of the current ruler are also known. So, yeah, absolutely. I see no problem here. Okay, I'm going to take a short break and be right back. My coffee. Okay. Pretty much. All right, let's take the next super chat here. I got my coffee. Coffee's a good thing. Okay, next one here. Baron Salvatore for $5. Thank you for the super chat. You faced criticism for positions, including from Christians. Were you able to be a contrarian naturally, or did you have to develop a thick skin? Okay, I'm not a contrarian. I'm an idealist. I agree with those I agree with, and I hold to the truth and stick to my guns when I don't. Here's the thing. You don't ever... You're one is not both a contrarian and have a thick skin. It's having a thick skin is something you have to constantly work out. You know, and it's something you can't win. Really, this is not something that like, here's the thing. Let's say you write a book. And you write a fiction book. It's about medieval Europe. Okay? And you set the book in London in 1066. Okay? You publish a book like that today, you're going to get accused of being a racist because you have no black representation. Okay? But if you include black people in that, you're going to be accused of cultural appropriation. You can't win. Okay? If you say a woman should be judged by the quality of her ideas, you're going to be accused of being a misogynist because you're holding her up to a standard where she has to, you have to question her word. But if you give her a pass because she's a woman, you're now going to be accused of being a misogynist by low expectations. You can't win. There's no winning this thing. Okay? People are going to hate you no matter what you say if you have strong opinions. Okay? So, I've had atheists accuse me of being a fundamentalist. I've had Christians accusing me of being an atheist. I've had Protestants accuse me of, of, of being Catholic. I've had Catholics accuse me of being Orthodox. I've had Orthodox accuse me of being a Protestant. It's just... I had one guy who insisted that he was right to criticize me because I was an old Earth creationist, which I'm not. And then when he was told that he was wrong, he said he was still right because I was an old Earth creationist. So it's just like, you cannot win the criticism thing. No matter what you do, if you have... And if you get into writing, and if you do basically part of the creative economy, and people don't like you, you're always going to face criticism. That's just an occupational hazard, and you just have to go with it. So yeah. Dr. Falk the atheist, ha. Yeah. Oh yeah. There are a lot of Ron Wyatt supporters who think I'm an atheist. Yeah. Yeah, if you see my the short on do any archaeologists accept the findings of Ron Wyatt, you'll get see dozens and dozens and dozens of comments there of accusing me of being an atheist. Yeah. So Ron Wyatt, yep, that's the thing. So yeah, you just you sound like a universalist. I'm sure there's someone else out there that'll accuse me of that too. Mama, just goes to show you that Wyatt cultists don't do research. Yeah, they don't. Oh, yeah, so many of them out there. It's just, you can't keep ahead of how many idiots are out there, really. I mean, and the academics don't want to get involved with this, and I can't blame them because it's a distraction and it's going to blow back on them and all that. So it's like, okay. All right, so no, I don't have a thick skin naturally, and I'm also not a contrarian naturally either. It's just kind of, I'm an idealist. I follow the truth. I'm an evidentialist. I go wherever the evidence takes me, and I don't care who doesn't like that. Okay, next one here is from 18 Ministries. Joshua 9:10. Would the Canaanites know of the Exodus? All right, 9. Joshua 9, verses 9 to 10. And they said to him, your servants have come from a very far country because of the fame of the Lord your God. For we have heard the report of him and all that he did in Egypt, and all that he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon of Heshbon, and to Og, king of Bashan, who was at Ashtaroth. Again, they knew that these were outsiders coming in. They had been milling around the Sinai for 40 years. The situation had been explained to the kings of Edom and Moab and all that. So yeah, again, people talk and word got around. So yeah. Mama says, I was asked by someone if Dr. Falk is a creationist or an evolutionist. I told him he was an evidentialist. Best answer. That's the best answer. Andrew Graham. Does ABR believe Ron Wyatt was right? No, they don't. They don't believe Ron Wyatt was right. They will actually, they actually do not think Ron Wyatt was right. But they won't speak out on him either, though. That's sort of the interesting thing. Is they've made a very quiet statement about Ron Wyatt, but they won't say anything else about him. They won't draw attention to him. Okay, so next one here. Mom, oh ho, so they have the fear of man. Yeah, they do. They know some of their donors are also Ron Wyatt believers. They have the love of money. They have the love of money. Not so much the fear of man, it's the love of money. Yeah. As people have noticed, we don't have that problem. we have told some of our donors, yeah, you know what, we're not going to do it your way. Yeah, ABR depends heavily on its donors. So, they won't say anything negative about Ron Wyatt for fear that some of their donors also believe in Ron Wyatt. Dude, the Chat GPT would never lie to us. Ask Lily J.
Now they documented how many eggs
Mama, fear of man, love of money, great foundational principles there. Yeesh. Hey, man and money make the ideology go brrr. All right. Next one here. Louis Sandoval for 199. What events need to happen for the end to come? I'm assuming by the end you mean the last days, the great tribulation. Okay. Really, there's only one event that's mentioned in scripture. And let me see if I can find this. Only one event. Second Thessalonians 2:3. All right, so wars, rumors of wars, disease, famine, all those things will happen before. But this is the pivotal event. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3. Let no one in any way deceive you. For it, this is talking about the end, it will not come unless the apostasy comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction. All right. Now, the apostasia. The apostasy is the falling away from the church. This is the falling away. The apostasy quite literally means the defection, the revolt, the falling away. Now, if you've had any sort of thumb on the pulse of the church right now, it is apostatizing. It is going into all sorts of error. It's declining in numbers. It's and all that is what needs to happen, is the falling away of the church. And then the man of lawlessness is revealed. This is the beast, the Antichrist. The big A Antichrist. Not the little A one. Okay? So the revealing of the man of lawlessness. And so now, once the man of lawlessness is revealed, the clock starts. And the clock on the end day starts with the revealing of the Antichrist. How do we know who that is? You don't. Not until he is revealed in the temple itself, in the Holy of Holies. So he's got to reveal himself in the sacred place as the son of basically the man, basically exalting himself as God. Okay? So, what has to happen? Needs to happen before that end comes? The apostasy. That's what needs to happen. Now, in that, baked into that is also the idea that a third Jewish temple needs to be constructed of some kind, because there is no holy place right now. So that's how we know the Son of Man is revealed, is because he has to be revealed in the holy place. So yeah, the temple does need to be reconstructed, but that's sort of baked into this. But the clock is ticking. Yeah, it's been ticking ever since the ascension of Christ. Mama, I so appreciate you demystifying end time stuff, Doc. Well, it's our pleasure. We want to make the Bible clear to you. We want to make you so that you understand this, so you're not caught unaware. Okay. So yeah, that's the answer to the question, is that there has to be a holy place. That's sort of baked into this. It's presumed. It's presumed. But that could come at any time. The real they could build that thing. Look, they could build a temple in a year, and it would be ready to go. They could do that really fast. But they're basically saying, unless the apostasy, the writer here of the Thessalonians is Paul is much more focused on the apostasy than the temple. I mean, he could always have said, hey, you know what? The temple has to come first. But I think what's going on here is that we think the apostasy is bad now. It's going to get really bad. Okay? Really, really bad. So he wants you not to focus on the rebuilding of the temple. Look, the temple could get rebuilt tomorrow, and it still could be 300 years before the revealing of the Son of Man, or revealing of the man of lawlessness. Okay? So it could still be centuries after the rebuilding of the temple. But
Pretty much.
Louis Sandoval, what about the preaching of the nations or Gentiles based on Matthew 24:14? It's done. That's over. Dude, we've done that. And let's take a look at that. Matthew 24:14. I see. And here it says, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in the whole world for a witness to all nations, and then the end shall come. Yeah, doesn't tell you when the end will come at this. What makes Second Thessalonians a better marker is it goes right from apostasy to the revealing of the Antichrist. And once the Antichrist is revealed, that's when the clock starts. Almost everyone agrees with that. So, Andrew Graham, everything is in place apparently, including the red heifers. Yeah, everything's in place. Everything.
Yeah. All right. No way.
The do's a do, but the Temple Institute is a money making scheme. It is a money making scheme. It's been a money making scheme for a long time. But here's the thing: if someone actually builds that thing, if someone is goes all Gideon and starts building it there. Now, there's lots of places on the Temple Mount where you could build it. The site's huge. The site is absolutely huge. In fact, the Dome of the Rock isn't even on the original site. The Dome of the Rock is actually on the the Hex. Yeah, it's in the court of the Gentiles. It's actually in the place of the Temple of Jupiter in the outer foyer of the Temple of Jupiter. The Temple of the Temple of Jupiter, after the temple was destroyed by the Romans, they basically knocked down the temple, and then they put a Temple of Jupiter there. Now, these temples of these Roman temples have a very interesting, neat pattern. They're a long rectangular one. They're a long rectangular temple, but the outer foyer, the outer court, was either a hexagon or an octagon. And the Dome of the Rock is built on that foundation, that hexagonal or octagonal, I don't remember which one the Dome of the Rock is. But it's actually built on that foundation. We also know from that there was a rock foundation upon which the Ark of the Covenant was placed. And it's 3 fingers tall. Now, there is a stone abutment within that foyer foundation, but it's 3 feet tall. So it's a little too big. Now, there is a site, a little place on the Temple Mount, which has a little stone abutment that's 3 fingers tall. And it's actually at the the Dome of the Tablets. Now, if you've seen the Dome of the Tablets, it's tiny. It's really, really tiny. It's only about 8 feet tall. It's really not much of a dome at all. But you can go there. You can actually stand on the stone abutment that's there, and actually have stood on the place where the Ark of the Covenant used to be. That is the most probable location for it. So, yeah, you could just bulldoze down that Dome of the Tablets. It's not much holding it up anyway. I mean, it's really tiny and really, and the Jewish temple could easily be built in its normal east-west configuration and still have plenty of space. So, yeah. So all it would take is some Gideon, some Gideon to go smash that little dome and build it there, and yeah, this thing's done then. Yeah. Yeah, it's the political ramifications that prevent it from being built. Yeah, it's not the physical location. The physical location there's nothing preventing it from being built in the physical location. What's really preventing it from being built is the political ramifications. That's really the roadblock here. So, yeah, that's really the issue. It's not as I say, it's not logistical, it's political. Okay, let's go next one. Anagram, some aboriginals are yet to be reached. Not really. I mean, yeah, there's some little tribe in the middle of nowhere that might, but does that is that really what Matthew
a
24 means by a nation? No, I don't think that's what it means. So, yeah, it's not what the text means.
I guess. Or they'll walk around with something. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's just like so. Yeah, it it just doesn't mean every little tribe in the middle of nowhere. No, this thing's already been done. The whole world has been evangelized too already. We're just mopping up the few little odds and ends, more or less. Louis Sandoval asks, why some Christians want to build a third temple? Wouldn't they be complicit in helping the Antichrist appear? That's an issue. Yeah.
Missionaries.
There have been missionaries that have given that thought. I the there is there is the idea that the third temple won't be built until the fullness of the Gentiles anyway. So, I mean, once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, it's anyone's guess at that point. We just don't know what the fullness of the Gentiles is, what the number is. But there does seem to be a preset number for the fullness of the Gentiles. Once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, no one can stop the building of the third temple, because it's just going to happen. Because the renewal of the Jews is going to happen too. So I don't think it's not that so much that it'd be complicit in helping the Antichrist appear, but there are people who out there who want to push prophecy along. And I think that's misguided. That's definitely misguided.
I mean, there are idiots to be.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I don't think one should never push the hand of prophecy. One should never try to make prophecy happen. You know. But you do get people out there that try to push prophecy along just so they can claim they were right. How about you focus on your theology instead? Yeah, your orthopraxis, your gospel, you know, that sort of thing. The things that actually matter. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's I don't know why Christians do this, but they do it. It's just kind of baloney. All right, next super chat here is from 18 Ministries. How would Baal Hadad's another name for Baal bring forth storms and rain? He's a storm god. He's a storm god, and the way that Baal, you have to talk here about the Baal cycle, which is a Canaanite mythological cycle of that the god Baal goes to war against the sea god Yam, and the and under Yam is the death god Mut. Okay, so these are three gods that form an important part of the Baal cycle. Yam goes to war with Baal, and in their fight, Baal creates storms. Okay, which inundates the land with rain. Rain returns to the sea. Cycle returns, and death is defeated. And that's your typical Baal cycle. So it's essentially Baal going to war with Yam that creates the storms. Okay? next super chat here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Christian nationalism is dangerous considering there's isn't clear uniformity of its implementation? Thanks and stay blessed, everyone. I think Christian nationalism is pretty awful. Christian nationalism is a combination of ad hoc, cherry-picked Old Testament laws combined with racism. That's what it is. I have nothing but the lowest contempt for Christian nationalism. I think people who follow Christian nationalism are racist POSs. I think that I think it even hampers Christian liberty. Because under Christian nationalism, they get to tell you, they get to fine you if you don't go to church every Sunday. Whether or not you want to go. Don't want to go to church, you get a fine. Pastor has the altar in the wrong place, jail time. That was really weird. That was really weird. So they're not happy enough that people are going to church. It's got to be the right church. And it's got to be the right configured church.
And if you
church with the right layout. Oh yeah. Church on Saturday is illegal. Forget that.
There goes.
Yeah, no Messianic Jews. Oh, Jews? They wouldn't tolerate Jews. They'd get kicked out. They want to implement laws, racism laws. They want to institute a monoculture where people of different races can't get married.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
They're
Yeah,
just...
yeah, it violates the American separation of church and state. It violates religious liberties. It violates Christianity. It's not Christian. It's not patriotic. It's really, really awful. And as I say, I have complete contempt for Christian nationalists. I think they're human garbage.
It's been a very ugly shape.
Yeah, they may be created in the image of God, but they're human garbage. So
they don't recognize.
Yeah, they don't. Oh, they do. They just want them in their own countries. They want them out of America. Or segregated. They're not Vikings. No, they're not.
Sorry, the Vikings were before the Indians.
Louis Sandoval asks, I don't get why moderate people stay quiet when it comes to Christian nationalism. They should start condemning. They don't know what Christian nationalism are actually saying. That's the problem. I mean, you have to read the stuff like Wolf. His stuff on Christian nationalism is just, you read it and it's like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And Wolf was holding back there. You go to some of you go to some of their lectures. Like, there was one at ETS where they invited the guy, one of these Christian nationalism, to say it. And, he just came out and said it. I mean, they won't say it in writing as much because they'll hold back in writing, but you get them at a lecture and they'll tell you they don't want interracial marriage. Like like they're telling you the weather. They just think that's normal. It's like, what? It's like, it's like they'll just talk about the stuff. It's like it's the weather. It's just crazy. And it's like, you want to enforce Sunday service with a fine? Are you kidding me? You want to stop people, an African American and a white person from getting married because it doesn't maintain monocultural unity? You kidding? Harry Stark, did any church councils talk about marriage? None. None. Marriage is never discussed in church councils. Yeah, it's just these people are Christian nationalists are sick in the head. They are sick in the head.
Um,
Yeah, it's not.
The founding father came.
Theist, so you reciprocate the garbage sentiment. For being racist? Yeah! Yeah, I do! They treat us as garbage, so this justifies you to do the same, Falk? Are you joking? Are you serious?
Um, they want,
Yeah. They're authoritarian. They're authoritarian totalitarians who want to restrict the freedom of religion, restrict the freedom of conscience, restrict the freedom to marry within proper heterosexual bounds. Like, yeah, absolutely. I will say that's. I mean, that's absolutely insanity. That's absolute. It's horrific. What's next? Forced deportations? Internment camps? Gas chambers? So that's where this goes. Those people are there.
Yeah. Especially, I mean,
those people are there.
I happen. They believe.
Yeah, they believe in eugenics. They believe in eugenics. Mama, someone is being willfully stupid. Yeah, someone is being willfully stupid.
There is the point that you don't, because you're called names that doesn't. You're not calling it. You're saying, and perhaps garbage is. These are dangerous.
Well, they are dangerous, but I've outlaid what their view is, and then I've made an opinion regarding their view. That's not just name calling, that's editorializing.
They are made in the image of God,
mm-hmm.
But then you lose. You can willfully.
Yeah, you can willfully mar your image of God.
You can willfully mar your moral.
Yeah. John Fabeck, a fine for not going to church? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they absolutely believe you if you...
At the right time.
Yeah.
They set the time.
Yeah.
You also do Sunday nights.
Oh, yeah, Sunday night services are not allowed.
And the pastor.
Sunday morning or nothing.
Yeah. The pastors and nobody would be allowed to work.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
Yep. Yeah, that's the other thing too. No one is allowed to work Sunday.
So, the reality of life where people work.
Yeah.
And all the pastors who hold services like Monday night.
Yeah. Oh yeah, forgetting Monday night services. Forget that. Mama says, no, calling them garbage because what they believe is evil is different from treating them like garbage, denying civil rights, for example, etc. Christian nationalism have no problem denying civil rights. Yeah, they don't.
And it wouldn't matter if you followed all the rules.
Yeah.
If you got stuck on something and go up,
Yeah.
they wouldn't.
No, no, they wouldn't respect you one bit if you if you were a Christian and just didn't show up to church. They're also against, here's the ironic thing is a lot of them, a lot of them are Catholic. A lot of them are Catholic. They would come down hard on Protestantism.
Is that where the...
Yeah, altar is, yeah. Yeah, a lot of them are Catholic. Yeah, that's why they're so picky about the placement of the altar. Or that there be an altar at all. Community churches would be outlawed. Yes, they don't want them to be flexible in their services. Yeah. A lot of them are Catholic. A lot of them are Catholic because they want people to be more Catholic. They think that that's the one true church. So while they wouldn't outlaw Protestantism per se, it would be Protestantism under the in the form of Catholic Mass.
They're not actually Old
Testament. No, they're not actually Old Testament. No, not by a long shot.
And don't believe.
I mean, if they were really Old Testament, they would have an altar burnt offering on the outside of the church, slaughtering animals out there.
If they were really old,
burning a cold cow on the altar.
If they were really old, they'd be sitting again.
Yeah. If they were really Old Testament, their churches would be broken down into 3 courts, 4 courts. You have Gentiles on the outside. You have women and children in the back court. You have the men in the middle court, and you have Levites doing the service. Yeah, but they're not really Old Testament. They just are cherry picking Old Testament laws. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Louis Sandoval. Well, that's surprising Catholics. Maybe in the North American countries, in the Hispanic countries, they're quite nice. Oh, sure. I mean, but when we talk about Christian nationalism, we're really talking about a movement that's more or less restricted to the USA. It really hasn't gone outside of the USA. We're talking about an American movement primarily spearheaded by Catholics and high Protestants. High Protestants are in on this too. And racists. Can't forget the racists. Lots of racists in there. Okay, let's move on here. Next one here. Is Philippians 2:12 alluding to Psalm 2:11? Yes, it is. That's a short answer. We'll just discuss it though. Not Philemon. Philippians, please. Philippians 2, verse 12. So then, my beloved, just as you have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your salvation with tear and... Philippians 2:12. What is 2:12? Fear and trembling. Oh, you mean 11. Yeah, I think you mean 11 here. 10 and 11. That at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow, of those who are in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. So yeah, you really mean Philippians 2 verses 10 and 11. And then Psalm 2. Psalm 2, verse 11. Worship the Lord with reverence and rejoice with trembling. Do homage to the Son, lest he become angry and perish in the way, for his wrath may soon be kindled. How blessed are all who take refuge in them. Okay. So, Philippians 2, let's just say 10 to 12, is alluding to Psalm 2. And Psalm 2 is actually widely quoted in the New Testament. It's quoted in Hebrews, it's quoted in Philippians, it's also in Colossians too. So Psalm 2 is one of the most widely quoted Psalms in the New Testament. So that doesn't surprise me that we find it here also. So anyway, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. And next one here from Lucenneville for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Layman books you recommend on the Book of Revelation. I don't have any layman recommendations on Revelation. Most of the layman books on Revelation are pretty bad. They tend to be dispensational in point of view. They tend to not outline the symbolism of Revelation very well. I will give you one commentary that I like. I like Grant Osborne's commentary on the Book of Revelation. But that's the only one I really recommend. That's the only one I've really read. Well, I've read Ule's as well, but I think Osborne's is much better. So that's what I would recommend, is that commentary on Revelation. It's not a lay commentary though. It's actually an exegetical commentary. So, but layman books are pretty awful when it comes to Revelation, and the reason why is because the market is saturated with newspaper prophecy slop. That's the reason. So most of the books on the Book of Revelation are really terrible. And most will not give you the symbolism of the Old Testament. I don't know why this is. This is one of my pet peeves. This is a pet peeve. That you get all of these New Testament guys who do commentaries on the Book of Revelation, when the Book of Revelation is really all about the Old Testament, trying to make it clear. We need Old Testament guys doing commentaries on the Book of Revelation. We've had our fill of New Testament guys doing Revelation. We need more guys who really understand the symbolism of the Old Testament to do this book and do commentaries on this book. But they never hire them. They never get them to do the commentaries. They always get some New Testament guy who has never cracked the Torah to do it. And it's just crazy, but it does seem to be the way things are done. So can't recommend you any lay books, but that one commentary by Grant Osborne's pretty good. And I'll just leave it at that. Next one here is... All right, Revelation 22, verse 1 to 22, 3. Is this one throne they share or two? All right. Revelation 22. Verse 1. And he showed me a river of the water of life, clear as crystal, coming from the throne of God and of the Lamb. In the middle of the street, on either side of the river, was the tree of life, bearing fruits of all kind, yielding its fruit every month. The leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. And there shall no longer be any curse, and the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it. His bondservant shall serve him. All right, one of the things we need to understand is that it's using here throne as in, not as in a physical chair. Okay? It's not a physical chair that's being time shared by the Father and then the Son. You do get some weird iconography around this. Particularly, you sometimes see this iconography of and I've seen this where you get the father sitting on the throne and then a little tiny adult Jesus sitting in his lap. No, that's not what it means. Not talking about a physical throne here. It's talking about the power of rulership. The throne here's a metaphor. It's kind of like talking about the crown. Yes, the crown can be the little funny hat that the king wears, but it can also mean the power of the king. It can mean the king's authority. It can mean a criminal prosecutor. It can mean the government. It can mean all sorts of things. Throne is being used here in the same sense. It doesn't mean a physical chair. It means the power of God, and from the point from where they rule. So the throne of God and of the Lamb means this is their power center. This is their power base. So it's not a throne, one throne they share. It's that it's the same power base, okay? So it's not one chair, it's one power base. Or one institution. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Hi Milo, how you doing? Okay, next one here. Annie Manuel for $2 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Do bunnies have personalities? No, Annie Manuel. No, they don't have personalities. They have a deplorable excess of personality. We've had 3 rabbits, and each one has had just the craziest. They're so unique in personality, it is not funny, but they have this wild excess of it.
And we have literally hundreds.
Yeah, we've had thousands of rabbit friends, and every rabbit is different. No rabbit is the same, really.
The reason most people don't think in the backyard,
yeah,
and are locked in isolation.
Yeah,
that personality.
They tend to manifest their personalities if they live inside a house. Okay. We had our first rabbit was a small, dominant rabbit. She was very dominant. She also had dignity. Okay. And I had brought this tray of snow in from outside. This was when we lived in Chicago. I just left it up there so that she could experience snow. And it melted. Well, she eventually hopped into this tray and she was wet. And she gave that look at, oh. So, I mean, Tiglath was a giant rabbit. He loved to play. He was very friendly. He was very gregarious. Incredibly gregarious. And he would try to imitate the smaller rabbit. Now, the smaller rabbit used to sit on my shoulder like a parrot. Okay? And she'd get treats up there. Well, Tiglath was, hey, she's a rabbit, I'm a rabbit. I had to see him try to sit on my shoulder, this big, honking 12-pound rabbit trying to sit on my shoulder. And it's like, yeah, it was cute for her, less so for him. He was also the type that you could take Tiglath to bed. You know, you could have a nap and take the bunny to bed, and he'd just sleep there with you. And, he would stay there for 4 hours and he would just like conk out. He would just like, oh, it's nap time. Everyone sleep. Gwenny wouldn't. Guinevere would basically she'd be done after 20 minutes. 20 minutes she's done. So yes, I had a shoulder bunny. Yes, she was very, very cute. I even used to have a picture of it. I don't have that picture anymore, unfortunately, but yeah, it was adorable. It was absolutely adorable. Um the current one, Merneath, is how would you describe Merneath?
Very different.
Oh yeah, she's very different than when we got her. Yeah.
We were told to give up.
Yeah,
She
we
had
were
a,
told that she'd given up on human beings.
you know,
Yeah,
she had a
she had trust issues. She had trust issues. When we first got her, she used to nip my toes. She used to nip my toes. Uh, I found out as soon as I used to have white socks. When I stopped wearing white socks, she stopped nipping my toes. Um, she's now become very cuddly, very likes to be. Yeah, she was abused. She was abused. So it's taken. We've had to work with her.
about
Yeah, it's about 2 years. About 2 years to for her to start trusting us.
and during those days, at her head or like,
Um,
and now she
some bunnies have preferences as to how they like to be cuddled. Like for example, Gwenny, you could basically stroke her from head to from front to back. She loved that. Tiglath, you could stroke him forward, back, scruffle his fur. He didn't care. He just loved being touched. Absolutely loved being touched. You could just ruffle his fur. He had fur like a dog. So you could ruffle it up, and he just loved that. You could actually play rough with him a little bit. Um, Merneath, she only likes her nose cuddled. Only likes her nose cuddled. Does not like to be touched on the back. Does not like to be touched on the back or the hindquarters. She just loves the nose though. The nose to the ear. She loves that. That's her thing. So yeah, they very, very much have unique personalities, and every one of them is different in some respect. So it's a very hard animal to get bored of. Um, you can't really pigeonhole them. You can't say all bunnies have this personality because some of them don't. Um, uh, Tiglath used to be afraid of hedgehogs. Why hedgehogs? Don't know. There was a hedgehog that used to come up to our window when we lived in Liverpool. Tiglath was absolutely afraid of him. Don't know why. Um, Merneath will actually stand guard if hears a cat outside. She'll stand guard at the door and like stand between you and the cat. Not smart, but very brave. Yeah, she's very brave. Merneath is an incredibly brave bunny. So yeah, they're all different. They're all absolutely different, and they have very unique personalities, and they're kind of wired that way. They're wired for social interaction. So unlike a cat or a dog, which is their brain is more wired for problem solving because they're carnivores, rabbits are wired more for social interaction. So they have a complex language. They do have a language, and you can learn it, and you can communicate with them using that language. But they also are adapt well to social situations as well. So So I hope. Thank you very much for that question about bunny personalities. Yes, they have a deplorable excess personality. They can be absolutely delightful. The only thing I would say, if you ever decide to get a bunny, is to adopt from a shelter. There's several good reasons to adopt from a shelter. One is you get to avoid adolescence. Bunny adolescence is very much like human adolescence. In fact, most bunnies that get dumped at a shelter usually happens during adolescence. The way it works with people, don't get baby bunnies. They're a pain in the butt. Baby bunnies are cute. They look adorable. You can handle them, and they seem. But then they go into this adolescent phase. That's how do I say this? Just like a human adolescent. They lose their personality. They get destructive. They get rebellious. They act like a human teenager. You start looking at them, they go, bah! Bah! But once they get past adolescence, rabbits bloom into this pet with a very complex, very affectionate personality. But they act like their adolescent phase, which will usually happen between 6 months and a year and a half, is obnoxious. They're teenagers. Yeah, well, I know we have teenagers in the community. We're not bad mouthing teenagers here, but adolescent bunnies do act like teenagers. They don't come when they're called. They don't come for treats. They ignore you. They rip up the carpet. They give you attitude, lots of attitude. And people get tired of that very fast. Yeah, and sadly, that's when bunnies get abandoned and return to shelters. Is usually during their adolescent phase. So you find a lot of rabbits at shelters that are between 1.5 and 2 years old. So, and frankly, adopting an adult rabbit works just fine. You get to avoid the worst problems have been dealt with by somebody else. You get to enjoy the good parts of the rabbit. The other thing is, always spay or neuter your rabbit. People always think about spay or neutering their dogs and cats, but never think about spaying or neutering their rabbits. It increases the lifespan of rabbits substantially. It also makes them a nicer pet. Much, much nicer pet. So Jack Ray, it's how much time you have and care you have for them that matters. Yeah, the more time you put in, the better pet you're going to have. It's kind of like children. The more time you put in and care you put into them, the better you raise them. Michael G. Velocirabbit, did you neuter him? No. Velocirabbit's too dangerous to handle. Way too dangerous to handle. Michael G. How old is Velocirabbit now? Probably about 6 million years. All right. All right, let's move on to the next super chat here. Next one here is Revelation 20, verse 11 to 21 to 5. Is this Christ or the Father? Okay, Revelation, verse 20. Verse 11, and I saw a great white throne and him who sat upon it, from whose presence the earth and heaven fled away, and no place was found in them. And I saw the dead, the great and the small, standing before the throne. The books were opened, another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged from the things that were written in the books according to their deeds. Right, and 21:5. And he who sits on the throne says, "Behold, I am making all things new." And he said, "Write, for these words faithful and true." He said to me, "It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and I will give the one who thirsts from the spring of water a life without cost." Okay, now everyone agrees that Revelation 20:11 is talking about the Father. In 21 verse 4, it's probably also talking about the Father, because in verse 7 it says, and he overcomes shall inherit these things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Now, this is the idea of being adopted sons of through Christ. So sons adopted into the family of God. So this is also probably also a reference to the Father as well. All right, next super chat here is from Louis Sandoval for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Could Enoch and Elijah be the two witnesses? Sure, absolutely. In fact, that many people have speculated on that, because Enoch and Elijah are Old Testament prophets, and they didn't die, so it would sort of make a sense that they would be also the two witnesses spoken of in the book of Revelation. So yeah, I don't see any problem with that. There's a possibility that they aren't, but it also would be very elliptical if they were. Okay, next one here. Joshua 11:21, lexical gloss, Anakim, Israel, Judah, etc. I would think probably. 11 verse 21. And Joshua came at the time, cut off the Anakim from the hill country, from Hebron, from Debir, and from Anab, and from the hill country of Judah, and from all the country of Israel. Joshua utterly destroyed them with their cities. There were no Anakim left in the land of the sons of Israel. Only Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod, some remained. Yeah, I would think that's probably a lexical gloss. The Anakim stuff is usually signs of lexical glossing, so that would be probably the case. Louis Sandoval, how could Enoch and Elijah communicate with us? They're not dead. If they were sent back to be the two witnesses, they would use their voice. They're not dead. Enoch and Elijah are not dead. They were transported to heaven without dying. They still have their bodies. Okay? They're not spirit critters. They're, at least not only spirit critters, they're like you and me. They're alive. They're just being preserved. They might shout at us. I imagine that Enoch and Elijah are going to get pretty shouty. I'm referring to language. Who's to say they stopped learning up there? You know, they might be speaking in Hebrew, they might be speaking in English, they might be speaking in Greek. Who knows? You know, you know. That's what I think is they're they're corporeal, according to Milo here. Yeah, they're corporeal, and they're gonna be aware of what's going on down here. You know, heaven is not a sequestered zone. You know, they're gonna know what's going on down here. They're gonna see what's happening. They're probably in touch with our communications. Um, they'll probably be polyglots by this point. I mean, most people back then were polyglots anyway. Um, so they've probably been learning languages. Now, in the case of Enoch, he was not a native Hebrew speaker, not even an Amoritic speaker. We don't know what language was Enoch's first language. Elijah, he's speaking Hebrew. Okay, so if he decided to speak in Hebrew, Elijah could still communicate. Um, but you know, in the case of Enoch, he's speaking a language that no one knows anymore. So I'm sure they've been getting tutorials on modern languages. So frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if they spoke English, given that the vast majority of the world speaks English. Mama says they are thousands of years old now, but in a different dimension. Yeah, exactly. But they're still aware of what's going on. Their bodies have been preserved. Yeah. So, um, as long as they keep up, you know, with the trends in language, you know, they won't have any problems communicating with us. Okay, next one here is from 18 Ministries. Joshua 11:13. How come skeptics ignore this when talking about the conquest? Joshua 11:13 says, however, Israel did not burn any cities that stood on their mounds except Hatzor alone, which Joshua burned. Okay, this is a reference to the conquest of the Amorite kings. So, so this is after they destroy Jericho and Ai, so which are both burned. But yeah, it's talking here primarily about these Amorite cities, but skeptics have simplistic thinking. A lot of people have simplistic thinking, so you know it's not uncommon for people to overgeneralize when they approach things like the conquest. Oh, the Israelites, they just came in and they must have burned everything. Because they're not going to be settling in these cities and eating the food and using their plates and beds. No, they're just going to burn it all. What?
I mean, it's nice,
Yeah.
but that's exactly.
Yeah.
You'd want to leave the garden.
You. Yeah.
You wouldn't even kick in the door.
I mean, you don't want to destroy houses you're going to live in. So it's just
all the animals because they're gonna be.
Yeah, you don't kill all the animals because you want to keep the animals alive because you're going to use them. It's just a lack of common sense. It's ideology over common sense. So again, that's why they ignore it. Is because it's ideology instead of common sense. So, you know, simplistic ideology at that. You know, when you have these when you have intellectual incest, the children tend to be mentally diminished. And that's what we've got here is a lot of intellectually diminished scholars these days because of the intellectual incest. All right, moving on. Alex Musser for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you have any thoughts on the Tower of Babel? Not so much. I heard Petrovich link it to Eridu. Yeah, he would. I heard others link it to Etemenaki in Babylon. I don't have any thoughts on the historical Tower of Babel per se. I do think it is a ziggurat, which one I haven't really looked at. There are problems with the Eridu hypothesis. Petrovich wants to say that all of mankind expanded from Eridu, and that's where this is the so-called Eridu expansion hypothesis. That's really what he's holding to here. But there are Egyptians already in Egypt well before the Eridu expansion. So I don't think it's a good hypothesis. I think if there was a Tower of Babel, it would have had to long precede Eridu. So yeah, I don't give anything Petrovich says much credence. He's not a good scholar. He's a very substandard scholar. It is a shame because he has had the opportunity to get a good education. He just didn't like to read. He didn't like to study. He was a fundraiser. He likes to fundraise. That's what he likes to do. Go church to church fundraising. He doesn't care really about reading and scholarship and the things that scholars really need to do the work well. So it's unfortunate, but there it is. Next one here. Okay, Joshua 1011. We always hear about Sodom and Gomorrah, but not this. All right, this is talking about the hailstorm. Okay. Verse 9. So Joshua came upon them subtly by marching all night from Gilgal. And the Lord confounded them before Israel, and he slew them with a great slaughter at Gibeon. And he pursued them the way back to the ascent of Beth Horon, and struck them as far as Azekah and Makkedah. And it came about as they fled before Israel, while they were at the descent of Beth Horon, that the Lord threw large stones, these are hailstones, from heaven on them as far as Azekah, and they died. There were more who died from the hailstones than those whom the sons of Israel killed with the sword. Yeah. Well, one of the reasons why this doesn't get as much attention as Sodom and Gomorrah is that, yeah, I know, Mama, it's getting late. Even I think it's getting late. We're trying to work through at least to get through the super chats here, and we won't be taking any non-super chats, just because it is getting late. But Sodom and Gomorrah gets more attention because these are whole cities being destroyed with women, children, all that. These are soldiers being destroyed. So they're not innocents. They are enemy combatants, so it doesn't get the same attention. Okay, moving on. Next one here. AJ Higgins, composer, for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you see the decline in phonics correlate with the decline in music education and art? Oh, absolutely, yeah. You see that there too. My college president said those degrees make no money. Laugh out loud. Does any degree make money? I mean, that's sort of the question you have to ask. Does a biology degree make you money? No. Does a chemistry degree make you money? No. You can't make money at those degrees unless you get the higher, the graduate degrees. Does any degree make you money? Michael Gee, don't you make money? PhDs, don't you make money? Nah, most PhDs don't make money. Yeah. PhDs don't make you money. Nope, not at all. It's not the degree that makes you money. It's what you do with it. You're supposed to get that education and then do something with it. Yeah, a lot of PhDs end up being security guards at university because they can't make it in academia, they can't make it in the corporate world. So no, the degree itself won't make you money. Yeah, the point of the degree is to get you educated. Now, you can do that yourself, or you can sort of coast along and just get the certificate. There's a lot of people out there that treat their degrees like pieces of paper. Petrovich didn't think he needed to learn anything. This is why he treats his education the way he does, is because he didn't think he needed to learn anything. And, I remember him talking about this, is that he was annoyed that he had to get a PhD to get respect because he didn't need it because he already knew everything. What? You knew everything? Really? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah.
They've never. Oh, oh.
Yeah. Well, this is how you could always tell the good professors from the bad ones. The good ones are always learning. The bad ones think they know it all. Yeah. So, you know, getting a PhD doesn't make you smart. It doesn't make you educated. It it just is one of those things that, if you've done it right, you've contributed to the body of research. Okay. But what you do with it after is what counts. Really. You know. You can waste that education just as much as you can, or just not avail yourself of the opportunity. So mhm. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I do see the similar decline in music education and art. I mean, like in music education, music education is supposed to expose you to a huge repertoire of music. So you can take that repertoire and apply it to your own music. But a lot of music graduates end up just noodling. So, okay, are they using that education? Same with art. Art education is supposed to teach you how to, give you tools and techniques to do better art. A lot of art students don't do that. So, yeah, it's one of those things that, those don't make you money because most of the students don't actually use those degrees very well. They say the same thing about Egyptology and archaeology degrees. They don't make you money. Of course they don't make you money. But what are you doing with it too? You writing books? Buy my book. Leave a review too, please. Are you writing books with it? Are you starting a YouTube channel with it? Are you doing public courses with it? What are you doing with your degree? Are you using it in to consult in the movie industry? I mean, there's lots of stuff. Yeah, buy my new audiobook, exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of things you can do with this. But yeah, I've already told them the audiobook's out, yeah. So yeah, but it's what you do with a degree that counts. I mean, my first degree was a bachelor's in philosophy. Wow, did I make hay of that? I did so much. I mean, I did so much with that degree. It was just like crazy. But it's supposed to give you a toolkit. It's supposed to give you any degree. It's supposed to give you a toolkit that you could use elsewhere. And if you don't have a degree that gives you a toolkit, I will admit some degrees are useless. A degree in hotel management, useless. Okay? Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. A degree in gender studies, useless. And the reason why is these are not degrees that are giving you a toolkit. that you can use in general situations. So,
Let you
except you can't manage a hotel with a degree in hotel management. It's sort of doesn't work that way.
never find
It allows you to essentially man the front desk.
you.
Yeah, they don't want people with hotel management degrees to run hotels. Yeah, so yeah, it's very ironic. Yeah, yeah. Harry Stark, ironic, isn't it? Yeah, oh, absolutely, it is. All right, we're going to take a couple more super chats here because we want to round out the night, but I do need another break here, so I'll be back in just a second. Okay. No, it's actually not the longest stream ever. That was last week. But we're getting close. We're getting close to it. So let's get through this and okay, so next one here. Not the uh 80 okay, this is his 85th the 85th question. Does the law forbid making bread from different kinds of grain? Not that I know of. But if you've got a verse here, I'm happy to look it up. From what I know, you can't mix fibers, but you can mix grains. So I think this is okay. Okay, so I don't think the law forbids this in any place. Mama, you work hard for the money. Yeah, well, if YouTube hadn't cheated me, I could probably work a little less. Thanks, YouTube. All right. Next one here. Thomas Dobbs, gracious theology for $5. What are your thoughts on Maid? Um, oh, I'm actually the wrong person to ask. Um, medical assistance in death. Um, the expert is actually sitting right beside me on this. Yeah. Um, she said, yeah. Um, Mrs. Producer is a bioethicist. Okay, there's a bit of lore you guys have not heard so far. Mrs. Producer is a bioethicist, and this is her field of expertise. So, yeah, this is a producer question. And her thoughts on this is that they have violated every safeguard that they ever promised. Nah, you knew? Okay. Okay. So that's her opinion on this. They violated every safeguard on this, and uh She says it's the third leading cause of death in Canada now.
Canada
Mm-hmm.
but there's a huge percentage of convicts.
Okay.
They
She
die.
Yeah, she says that there's she says Canada does not have the death penalty, but there's a huge number of convicts who are choosing medical assistance in death than to serve their sentences. And they're being euthanized in shackles. So yeah, it's awful. It's another awful thing. All right, let's move on here because we do want to. Harry Stark, has David ever been in consultation for a TV show? Yes, I have. I have been. I have been interviewed for TV shows. I have been. There's one on archaeology, something called The Land or something. I can't remember what it is. That was a third season. I'm supposed to have some spots on it, but I haven't heard what's happened with that. But yes, I've done consultation for video games, movies, and television shows, and still do them on vacation. Okay, next one here is from all right, JHW. I think he means John Walton. Also states that we shouldn't derive universal principles from the Old Testament law like the apostles do, because we aren't inspired by them. Thoughts? Um, I think it's a difficult thing to derive universal principles from Old Testament law because the context is a theocratic kingdom. Okay, so um, so it's really hard for me um to say that it's a good idea to do this. So I would agree with him here. You shouldn't derive universal principles from Old Testament laws or even Old Testament actions, because again, a lot of what they did was it's predicated upon a clan-based society, and we're not a clan-based society. We're not a theocracy. We're not a clan-based society. So a lot of the ontology that you would derive, say, a universal principle from would not apply. So it's hard to make that universal since a lot of Old Testament law is so specific to clan culture. So I would agree with him here. Harry Stark, was it released? The television show? I have no idea. I have no idea. I never heard back. I got paid for the work, but I never heard back. The movie was released. That movie was King Arthur. And the video game don't know if they ever made it. Okay, John Bullerman. Oh, good to see you, man. How is it? How are you doing? Are you adjusting to your new home or your old home? Um. Okay. For $20 Canadian. Thank you very much, John. How are you? Isaac, it's great to see you. Great to see you, old friend. What's your favorite takeaway from Ecclesiastes? My favorite takeaway. There's a couple takeaways from Ecclesiastes that I like. Um, One is that the spirit of God versus the spirit of animals, there's no advantage over the others if one goes up and the other goes down. So it does seem to give a good idea of the fact that not only humans have spirits, but animals do too. The other thing I really liked from Ecclesiastes was, the whole predication upon it is, the young king tries to seek out things like, well, will pleasure make me happy? No. Will wisdom make me happy? No. Uh, there's there's sort of this the whole idea that you get what chocolate ice cream make me happy. Yeah. The whole idea in Ecclesiastes is we are designed to serve a creator. That's the whole idea. That's where our our joy and our fulfillment comes from. Is serving our creator since our youth. There's another thing I really liked about Ecclesiastes. I'm gonna pull it up here. Um, Ecclesiastes is a treasure trove of different things. And there was one that I really, really liked. Let's see if I can find here quickly. Uh, about the wise man. There's a wise man that saves a city in Ecclesiastes. Yeah, this one here, Ecclesiastes chapter 9. I always love this passage. And where he talks in verse 14, there was a small city with few men in it, and a great king came to it, surrounded it, and constructed large siege works against it. But there was found in it a poor wise man, and he delivered the city by his wisdom. Yet no one remembered that poor man. So I said, wisdom is better than strength, but the wisdom of the poor man is despised, and his words are not heeded. I thought that was very interesting because this is a guy who was poor but incredibly wise and saved his city. No one heeds his words. Shows you sort of this how sort of it's not enough to be wise in a culture that esteems wealth. So, and he goes on here. So I said, wisdom is better than strength, but the wisdom of a poor man is despised. His words are not heeded. And the words of the wise, heard in quietness, are better than the shouting of a ruler among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. What an interesting contrast. What a very, very interesting contrast. Wisdom is better than the weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. It shows you here that the consequences of one sinner can be catastrophic. So there is a lot of takeaways from Ecclesiastes, and it's a book that's well worth studying. Well worth studying. So I've given you just a few takeaways here, but there's a lot of things you can glean from the book of Ecclesiastes. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one here. John Walton states in his Torah book that the sacrificial system was never meant to cover sins, but to drive out sanctuary, impurity, and disorder. That's really not true, but okay. That if we associate with sin, we reverse an New Testament understanding onto the Old Testament thoughts. No, because that had always been sort of the thoughts of the Old Testament writers. They always talk about the sacrificial system, kafar. It's in the text. So it's constantly using the word to cover sins. So, and a lot of those sacrificial systems were with that in mind. So, I wouldn't agree with Walton here. So, I don't think it's just about driving out sanctuary, impurity, and disorder just because based upon you have lots of sin offerings. You have a whole sacrificial system of 7 different types of offerings. Sin offering is one. redemption offerings or others. So I would say that the sanctuary, the sacrificial system, was not entire. It's not meant to only cover sins. It's not only that, but it's that too. So it's not exclusively meant to cover sins, but that's a part of it. That's a large part of it. And Jeremiah 31 would basically say that this whole covenant aspect of the sacrificial system is about covering sins and forgiveness of sins. So, yeah, I would disagree with him on this. Next one is from Frank Schustek for €5. Thank you for the super chat. Extended edition of Unseen Realm came out recently. Are you interested? Also a bit strange that it's out since Heiser passed a while back. Thoughts? Yeah, he passed several years ago. It's not just a recent death. He's been gone for a while now. I'm not that interested in it. I haven't gotten a clear answer of who's editing it. No one has said who's editing it. There's some really weird stuff happening in the Heiser estate. He's still sending out tweets as if he's not dead. Like, what? He's doing... Yeah, he did that.
Well, if he's not dead, where's his...
Yeah, they're giving Heiser the full L. Ron Hubbard treatment here. I mean, look, when Walter Martin passed away, they did a few extra posthumous editions of Kingdom of the Cults. But you got to know who the editors were. It said on the editors who was editing the work. Like, for example, I mean, you knew that Ravi Zacharias was once an editor for the Kingdom of the Cults. Now, the people that they chose to edit the book, Kingdom of the Cults, weren't competent, but that told you at least they weren't competent. Okay? But we don't know who's editing the updated extended edition of Unseen Realm. Who's doing this? Are they competent to do it? We don't know, because we don't know who the editor is. Everything dealing with the Heiser estate is being done on the hush, as if... I don't know if Rob knows. I don't think he's been on tonight. Was he on? Okay. No, I don't know who's editing this. Nobody does. The secrecy behind the editing here is just bizarre. As I said, there's still the Heiser estate is still tweeting as if he's alive. They're just taking snippets out of various books and papers and lectures and all that and just tweeting them. So the idea that he's publishing an extended edition, we don't know who the editor is I think really concerning. By the way, hon, if you publish any of my books, do include the name of the editor. Even if it's you.
Don't worry. If I work my butt off,
okay? Yeah. Mama says, say what? Shady ass. Yeah, it is shady. Yeah, this is some real shady here. So, in short, no, I'm not interested in it. I'd like to know who's doing the editing, though. I'd like to get some background information so I know, to find out what's going on here. But yeah, this is the whole Heiser estate thing is getting like really weird, really weird. Okay, next one here is the claim Jews had to obey 613 laws overplayed? It's the mitzvahot. Okay, you have the 10 commandments and the 613 mitzvahot. These are the regulations. Okay, this is the basically the descriptive law that you find in the Torah. So, it's not. Is it overplayed? Yeah, well, yeah. In some respects, it is overplayed. These weren't hard and fast laws. They were more judicial rulings that had to be applied. Some of them were treated like laws. Some of them weren't. Some of them were customs. You know. So it's just. So it just depends. It depends on which ones you're talking about specifically. Some of them are misunderstood. A lot of them were misunderstood. Like the whole don't mix don't cook a lamb in its mother's milk. That's really a misunderstood command. Mitzvahot. And most Jews, by the time you get to the Iron Age, don't understand the context of it anymore. It takes on the whole view of a kind of you don't do a cheeseburger when it really is talking about a Canaanite fertility ritual that was done around the time of the First Fruits Festival or Pentecost. So yeah, but people can relate to cheeseburgers, says Mrs. Producer. They can't relate to fertility festivals. Okay.
I don't know.
Well, maybe these days they can. All right, Bubble Machine asks, is it possible for a human soul to linger on Earth after dying? I have a few places in mind I'd like to haunt. Good question. Jewish tradition says 3 days. Jewish tradition says the human soul can linger on Earth for up to 3 days. The New Testament says that once you die, you head to the judgment. So, it is appointed unto men to die once and then the judgment. Okay? So, the question is, can a human soul linger after dying? It's not really an immediately answerable question. It does seem to be that the human souls cannot linger, if they do linger, for very long. A lot of, say, for example, ghostly appearances, a lot of them tend to be either more like impressions, spectral impressions left on a place, where it's kind of more like a tape recording than anything else. There's also the idea that said many of the places that are haunted by specters of the living, people who haven't died yet but somehow are haunting a place. That's also been documented. But as far as them ghosts after death lingering, that's less likely than the other two alternatives, to be honest. So, possible? Yeah, not very long though, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you're at. But hey, you know, if I died, I wouldn't mind going to be haunting an Egyptian tomb that hasn't been discovered yet and smashing some pottery. Folk smash!
Make enough noise to
Give them some new ostraca to find. Yeah, haunt a tomb and write your own hieroglyphs on the wall.
Really confuse people.
Mess with their minds. Fantastic. Fantastic! As a ghost, you could just make a mess of a tomb. Do a little poltergeist action. Throw some pots around. Pick up some mummies and throw them in the air. They're not very heavy anyway. The pot would be heavier than the mummy, so hey.
No, that's where you paint all the light bulbs.
Hang around just enough. Hang around just long enough for the archaeologists to appear, and then walk the mummy towards that archaeologist will never be the same again. Okay, Bubble Machine, thank you for that question. That was fun. Okay, almost through with AT's questions here. Okay. Doesn't Joshua 13:7 to 8:31 show that the half tribes refer to the half Manasseh on the west side, Jordan, and the other half of Manasseh on the east side? Same with Joshua 14:1 to 5:22:7. No, it doesn't. All right. So, but we'll just pull up our text here quickly, and we'll talk about the half tribes. Okay. Joshua 13. 13:7 to 8. We won't read the whole thing, we'll just read this part. Now, therefore, a portion of this land of an inheritance to the 9 tribes, okay, because 12 tribes, and the half tribe of Manasseh, with the other half tribe, the Reubenites and the Gadites received their inheritance. So, got the 2 half tribes, and the Reubenites and the Gadites. Okay? And so you've got 9, 10, 11, and the 2 half tribes. That makes 12. So there's your 12 tribes there. Now, what you're missing here is that it's not the other half of Manasseh. Okay? The other half tribe is the tribe of Ephraim. There's only 2 half tribes. There's only 2 half tribes. Okay? It's not that Manasseh was one tribe that was split into 2 halves. That's not what's going on there. Manasseh is 1 half tribe. Ephraim is the other half tribe. The 2 half tribes are descendants of Joseph. Okay? So you got Manasseh on the west side and Ephraim on the east side. So that's what's going on here. It's not that Manasseh was split in half. That's not what's going on here. Manasseh is not a full tribe. It's a half tribe. So, because it's part of the double portion. Okay? The true tribes, the 2 half tribes, are the double portion that Joseph receives in the inheritance. So, Manasseh's on the west, Ephraim's on the east. It's just that in this particular text, in verse 8, Ephraim isn't named. But that's what it's talking about with the other half tribe. That's what it always talks about when it talks about the other half tribe that's not Manasseh. It's always going to be Ephraim. So, that's what's happening here. It's not that there's 2 half tribes of Manasseh. 1 half tribe of Manasseh, other half tribe of Ephraim. It's always that case. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, Frank Shusik for €5. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Walton's interpretation of Genesis 2:7? He sees it without from, meaning that humans is dust of the earth as in created mortal. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's take a look at that. Genesis 2, verse 7. Then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the dust of life, the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Okay, let's look at the Hebrew. What does the Hebrew say? All right, and Yotzer, Adonai, Elohim, et Adam, Afer, and Yahweh Elohim formed the man. It would probably there be a singular absolute, so that would be your direct object there. Formed of dust is probably the best. Dust from the ground. So, he sees it without ground, meaning the dust of the earth. Yeah, but the from is in the text. So it would be of dust from the ground. So, uh, so dust of the earth as in created mortal, an idiom. Yeah, I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this. Unless he means that there's no initial. I mean, there's no initial from in front of dust. But so it wouldn't there. But dust of the earth? No, it's dust from the earth. That is clearly what's written there. So that is dust. Dust from min Adama, the earth. Okay, so I don't think Walton's. If that's what Malton means, that there's not dust from the earth, he's not correct there. Man, and the text, even the translation says, "Form man of dust from the earth, from the ground." I'm not sure where you'd even get that as an idiom, to be honest. So he might be right that it's an idiom, but if his textual basis for this, I don't think is if that's his textual basis for his. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, but yeah, from seems like to be a flimsy basis for this. And it doesn't seem to be correct anyway. This from is clearly in the text. Alright, next one. And this is AT's last one of the night here. Joshua 1563. The book of Joshua is pre-Davidic. Okay, let's look at this. Joshua 1563. Now, as for the Jebusites, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the sons of Judah could not drive them out. So the Jebusites live with the sons of Judah at Jerusalem until this day. No, I don't think this implies that this is pre-Davidic. I think what it means is that basically when David conquered Jerusalem, he didn't kill everyone. So the at Jerusalem can be in Jerusalem. So basically the whole idea is the Jebusites are living with the Judahites in Jerusalem to this day. So this would actually imply that this is post-Davidic, not pre-Davidic. So this would imply that we're talking about a text that was written during at least no earlier than the United Monarchy, if not after. So I think that's what we've got here, is that this text is implying actually the opposite, that this is post-Davidic, not pre-Davidic. All right. Kwame 007 says in 2 Samuel, Jebusites are still living with David in Jerusalem. Yeah, they didn't wipe out all the Jebusites in Jerusalem. You mean 2 Samuel's 24? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that's the last 18 Ministries questions, and I think we're almost through the other ones too. Okay, Frank Shoestick. Lewis's view sounds exactly like St. Aquinas' view. It could be, yeah. Lewis's view on evil being an absence of a thing. It could be, yeah. Lewis was influenced by Augustine, or Aquinas, so yeah, wouldn't surprise me. So thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Mama. Finally, we get to your question for $5. Thank you for that super chat. Sorry it took so long tonight. Uh, has he ever seen the Bible Man series? Question for my 11-year-old. No, I haven't. I've never seen the Bible Man series. Is it good? Too bad the 11-year-old is. She goes, it's okay. It's okay. I've never heard of this. Yeah. Is it a TV show? Is it a animation? It's campy and sincere. What is it? Is it a YouTube? Is it televised? What is it? Describe it to me. John Febeck says, I vaguely remember seeing it as a young kid, but I don't remember much about it. Tell you, the lightsaber, though. What? What? Now I'm just confused. Straight to DVD series from the 1990s, I think. Okay. No, I wouldn't have seen it if it was straight to DVD. Sorry. Tell your 11-year-old sorry. Dr. Falk is not fully literate on his DVD direct to DVD campy Bible series. Kwame Adu says direct to video series Willie Ames plays a superhero, basically Batman with a lightsaber quoting scripture. Laugh out loud. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, we'll have to look that up. Mama says Milo says you can find it on YouTube. It is hilarious. Okay. I will keep that in mind. Thank you for the recommendation. Probably going to be torment, but thank you for the recommendation anyway. Mama asks a non-super chat here. Is flesh always a reference to sin? No, it isn't. Sometimes, rather than sometimes, also natural desires. Yes. Flesh can refer to many things. It can refer to sin. It can refer to natural desires. It can also refer to just flesh, as in meat, or the body. Okay, so it's got a variety of a large lexical range. It's not just sin. It can, but context will determine which one it is. Whether it means sin, natural desires, or sin nature should be more specific about that. Sin nature, natural desires, the body, or meat. That's your sort of your lexical range for flesh here. Mom asks, does Princess Bunny like the new sofa? No. IKEA messed it up. They sent us an ottoman without legs. So there was no leg kit in with the Ottomans. So uh, Bunny didn't get her throne yet. She needs to. We have to wait until the 29th until they deliver us a new one with legs this time, hopefully. Yeah, poor Bunny is not getting the cuddles. Definitely poor Bunny. She's not getting the cuddles because we can't reach her. Yeah, she is. Bunny is getting a little depressed because she thinks we're just ignoring her. When it's more like we just can't reach her. We've got to be close to the end here. Down here. Okay. All right. Here is. All right. Here's the last super chat of the night. From Louis Sandoval from 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. And we're not going to be taking any more non-super chats, just because we got to call it. How does one pray correctly? Any books on the topic? One can find. I think. What's his name? John Piper. I think he did a book on prayer. And Piper, I would trust on this. I think. Mama At, what have you done exactly? Um. Well, if you follow the pattern of the Lord's Prayer, you can't go wrong. Basically, going to the throne of God with respect, but taking your concerns to Him, um, and then deferring to God's will, and hoping that basically that. So that's how you sort of, um, you know, you go to the Lord, basically say, respect our Father who art in heaven, holy be your name. You're giving due respect and praise to God. That's what hallowed means, holy. I don't know why we still use that archaic language um in the Lord's Prayer, because it just means holy. Um, you know, and basically praising Him that His kingdom comes, and you know, setting your mind in focus to what the Lord's will is. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done. So you're asking the Lord to do His will on planet Earth, and then you can ask once you've done that, you can ask for your needs, and then um and then for divine protection. So that's basically the structure of the Lord's Prayer. Is you're giving praise, you're giving respect, and then you're following up with your will first, but here are my needs, and then keep me safe from temptation and deliver me from evil. So so that's sort of the template. That's sort of the template of the Lord's Prayer, and um it's a good pattern that you can use here for praying correctly. You're not going to be praying out of, say, selfishness. You're not going to be praying for that Lamborghini because you don't need one. And it's probably not going to work in the kingdom's favor. But here's the thing: if you pray for reliable transportation, God gives you a bus pass. Fantastic, He's answered prayer. If he's giving you a Lamborghini, then He's going to expect you to do something with that. It's not just going to be. He's not going to give you a Lamborghini because you desire it. He's going to want you to use that. Um, to whom much is given, much is expected. So no, and you don't need formal.
Oh Lord, if
Yeah.
I pray
don't pray in King James English, please. Yeah, keep it real. Keep the prayers real. Keep the prayers real. Keep it focused on establishing relationship with God, and pray for others. Pray for others. You can never go wrong praying for others. Well, this is one of the things is, we had a pastor that, used to ask, all the congregants, what do you want prayer for? He'd approach us. He'd say that. And I said, okay, you want to pray for us? Pray for someone else. Pray for others. Pray for others. Or pray for your sermon. Use that time because, if you pray for, he was right to ask it. There's nothing wrong with him asking it. But it's also nothing wrong with saying, okay, yeah, I want you to pray for this person. Nope. You can never go wrong praying for others. You can go wrong times praying for your selfish desires. But you won't go wrong praying for others. You won't go wrong praying for your needs. You won't go wrong praying for the state of the world. Pray for the king. Pray for the president. Yeah. Pray for the wisdom of the leader of whatever country. Pray that whatever leader is running your country does so in righteousness. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Pray for, there's a lot of things you can pray for here. And these are all good prayers. All good prayers. We have on our Discord server a prayer section. And I try my best to pray for each and every one of those concerns. Because it's important. It's important that we pray for one another. So as I said, I think John Piper did a book on prayer. It wouldn't be a big book; it'd be only about 50 pages. But that's where I would probably take you to. If I believe he did one on prayer. Don't use Dutch sheets, please. Don't do that. That's the worst book on prayer ever. Ever. Yeah. Do not buy any book by Dutch Sheets. Ooh, awful. All right. I think that covers it here. Do you have anything else to add? Okay, we're good. Just to recap some of the channel business. If you want to sign up for our D&D game, you got to join our Discord and make your intentions known on the D&D channel. We'd love to have you join us for that game. It's always a blast. Again, if you haven't bought and left a review of Reliquary of the Dead, please do so. And the audiobook is now available. And we want to take this opportunity to thank our super chatters who have really, really helped us. Also, we want to thank our Patreon supporters who basically now have become more important than ever. Audiobook Patreon. Absolutely. So we want to thank our YouTube subscribers, membership subscribers too. Again, you guys have become more important than ever because of YouTube doing YouTube stuff. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and who share our links with other social media platforms, because you guys get the message out, because YouTube no longer does this. So anyway, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could make it here tonight, and we hope you learned something. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.